Unsurprisingly, the news has not gotten much better in my absence. Jesus. Sorry, I just got out of the shower. I might still be a little bit pink. Any other, crackers in chat with that problem? You get out of the shower, you're kind of flush for like 15, 20 minutes afterwards? Snazzy sweater? Sweatshirt, but thank you. Also, you just said that because you saw me wearing a new one. It's an ancient UW sweatshirt. Look at how old that is. Barely fits me. See the sleeves? But it's also like 50 years old, so... maybe 40. Probably 40. Mm. Holds up well for 40? It's a sweatshirt. Was it your dad's? No, my dad did not go to the University of Washington. Presumably someone nearby did, and then they dropped this off at a thrift store. Is that your school? No, I graduated from the School of Life. So, I guess we'll get started. Want to talk about anything else first? Nah, let's just get right into it, huh? Let's just get right into it. The FBI is blocking access to the Minnesota case, the ICE shooting case.
We have a breaking development on the investigation into the ICE shooting in Minneapolis. The FBI is now taking sole control of this investigation, banning the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension from having any access to the case materials, to scene evidence or interviews. Let's bring in MS Now's David Rode for more on this. David, what do we know about this decision, why it was made?
The statement, according to the Minnesota state investigators, is that the FBI reversed course, that this initially was going to be a joint investigation, and now they've said the FBI will handle it themselves. That is very
How surprising.
unusual. If you look at the Butler assassination attempt on President Trump, that was a joint investigation. The killing of Charlie Kirk, that's a joint, local and federal investigation. And that's how most investigations like this go forward. There are sources and resources that local law enforcement has that the federal government doesn't. So this is very, very unusual. And, there'll be a lot of questions about why is FBI Director Kash Patel doing this on his own and what prompted this.
Yeah, it's unclear who made this decision specifically within the FBI or why, right? What was...
who could possibly guess why they would make the decision for the Trump-controlled FBI to have exclusive access to the investigation and not the Minnesota State Police? Yeah, who could possibly... What motivation could there possibly be?
The role of local or state investigators when it came to a joint investigation, do we know?
Well, normally they would go out and interview witnesses. Again, we saw all this in the shooting in Manhattan at the building that happened here months ago at the NFL headquarters. Local New York City police detectives on the ground in Utah in the Charlie Kirk case, go talk to witnesses. And what the Minnesota state officials are saying is that they are not going to be allowed to talk to witnesses. They're not going to get access to basic, it seems, investigatory material. And that's very, very unusual. And to be honest, given the politically charged environment, that's just going to cause more suspicion.
Right.
I like how over here, even at MSNBC, they still can't say the obvious reason why this is being done. This is incredibly unprecedented. Just taking the case away from local police on a case like this, it's obviously just being done to protect the ICE agent because they know that an investigation conducted by the Minnesota State Police would find him guilty. Genuine, honest question: what's the difference between this and any other police killing investigation? Is the FBI involved in those as well? No. No, the FBI is not typically involved in those. Normally, the FBI does not yoink investigations away from local police in an effort to keep those local police officers from finding incriminating evidence on the federal officer, who is, in this case, very guilty. They won't even speculate.
More partisan division, and I think it's really bad. One of the positive things about law enforcement investigations are when they are transparent, and that doesn't appear to be happening here.
Well, David Rohde, thank you. Keep us posted as you learn more.
Even on MSNBC, man. Even on MSNBC. Could the Minneapolis PD just investigate anyway? No. But if I'm not mistaken, and somebody please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on this, they can still press charges. Not being able to investigate is not the same as not being able to press charges. Minnesota's investigations agency said Thursday the U.S. Attorney's Office has prevented it from taking part in the investigation into the ICE shooting of Minneapolis woman RENEE Good, a 37-year-old mother of three. The investigation would now be led solely by the FBI, and the BCA would no longer have access to the case materials, scene evidence, or investigative interviews necessary to complete a thorough and independent investigation. You can still charge. Well, it would be hard to get a guilty verdict without investigating, right? Nope, not necessarily. Stuff still comes out in discovery. And also, the amount of evidence that's just out there publicly already should be more than enough for a conviction. A jury in Minneapolis right now would convict that ICE officer. It had been decided the BCA would investigate Good's shooting death along with the FBI, but the U.S. Attorney's Office changed that, according to Evans. They're fucking terrified, dude. They know this makes them look really bad. I've said this before and I'll say it again. The ability for ICE to get anything done rests on the degree to which they can cooperate with local officials. If they make a habit of this, if they're like, we're just going to fucking kill people and then we're going to take sole custody of the investigation afterwards, so you don't even have the ability to, you can't even find one of our guys guilty. You won't even be like Hitler and allow some of the brown shirts to get like thrown up to the mob or whatever. It's just a sign of incredible desperation. And they know that it would be a guilty verdict. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said Thursday Minnesota authorities, quote, don't have any jurisdiction in this investigation. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant, brilliant stuff.
But I haven't seen everything. And I will tell you that but it all starts with a investigation, not a prosecution. It starts with an investigation. And if federal authorities...
This is the Attorney General of Minnesota. He's a good guy.
Authorities are saying they won't even entertain a joint and inclusive investigation. That is deeply disturbing. And my question is, what are you afraid of? What are you afraid of an independent investigation for? So I'm hoping that somebody over there at with the federal authorities understands.
Sad you have to spell it out. I mean, it's important. Basically, every single member of the government and media is our enemy. They are to some degree complicit with the administration. Even Tim Walz is being complicit, you know?
The true damage to justice and the perception of justice that a closed off exclusive investigation would mean. It would mean that no matter what they come out with, it would be questioned. And maybe they don't care. You know, they've demonstrated a degree of cavalier conduct that is extraordinary and unprecedented. But I hope somebody over there understands that a meaningful, independent investigation that includes state authorities is essential to the cause of justice. And by the way, state authorities can investigate anyway. We don't need their authority. I mean, it's at least arguable, and I believe, you know, substantially arguable,
Take him to
that
court.
there's a violation of Minnesota statutes here. You know, and I could think of a number of potential charges. All of them depend upon an investigation, though. And the state, the federal government can't stop Minnesota from doing its own. But I would hope that it wouldn't come to that. But I have.
It has come to that. My friend, my buddy, my pal, it has come to that. You are already in that timeline. It has happened. We're right here. It's happening right now. Why can't anyone meet the moment? Look, he's a lawyer, okay, not a politician. I'm not expecting him to do a big speech, but like this is where we are right now, okay? A member of the Gestapo murdered a random woman for literally no reason, and now they are blocking access to the investigation in a desperate effort to prevent a trial. They don't want a trial because if a trial happens, he will be found guilty. Right now, the way things are going, by a jury of his own peers in the fine city of Minneapolis, he would probably be found guilty of like murder too, okay? Like it wouldn't even be like a like it would be a pretty hefty charge. It would be an extremely publicized case. It would draw a fuck ton of attention towards the criminality of ICE and the belligerence of their officers, and it would make them look really bad and really illegitimate in the future. Yeah, he fled the scene for a reason, you know? Unfortunately, Tim Walz did a press conference following the seizure of the investigation by the FBI. And,
good morning. I'd like to start again
clips.
this morning extending sympathies to Renee Good's wife and child, to the rest of the family. Deepest sympathies on an unimaginable tragedy and the horror of the last 24 hours. Also a deep thank you to Minnesotans and those across the country. I understand a fund has been set up to support Renee's 6-year-old child and wife. Other things being done. I would encourage Minnesotans and folks across the country that want to push out false narratives, to slander or defame Renee Good.
Let me just find the clip where he's talking about the FBI taking over the
Minnesotans
thing.
will be there to defend her honor.
I don't want to listen to this bitch whine for 25
and
minutes.
see this as a human being, not a moment in time or the callous casual.
Yeah, here we go.
We've also spent a lot of time talking last 24 hours about accountability. That means no function of government operates with impunity. It means when someone's in a position of authority and they commit any act that impacts our people, there has to be another place to turn to get justice. Checks and balances. Basic idea, the center of the formation of our country. It's the only measure that protects us from the abuse of government or federal overreach or tyrannical government. Yesterday, the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the BCA, spent the day yesterday attempting to get that accountability. We have learned that the Trump administration has now denied the state that ability to participate in the investigation. And I just want to make this as clear as possible to everyone. Minnesota must be part of this investigation. These are nonpartisan career professionals that have spent years building the trust of the community. There's a BCA Force Investigations Unit that was created by the legislature, by the people of Minnesota, to provide an independent, consistent, and trusted mechanism for investigating the use of force incidents involving law enforcement officers. Minnesota has seen our share of these. And what you've seen is, and I have witnessed it during my time, that these professionals have risen to the moment. They are trusted by people. People who are not by inclination.
A really, really good measure, again, is just, do you think this kind of messaging would have worked in 1933? That's it. It's a simple litmus test, you know? Do you think it would have worked in 1933? And if the answer is no, then don't say it. And if the answer is yes, then fucking say it, you know? This would not have worked in 1933. Not even close.
Trusting of law enforcement or government have come.
There's no reasoning with these people, okay? They're animal. They like death. Okay, there's no moral or political or factual principle that you can defer to. They believe whatever is convenient for them to believe in the pursuit of more death.
To see the professionals at the BCA as true arbitrators that can get them justice. The unit is the result of years of scrutiny, public engagement, and bipartisan legislative action. Minnesotans have made it clear time and again they expect transparency through this process where a police officer uses deadly force. The BCA, Superintendent Evans, have earned that trust by delivering on that expectation.
Right. Not even any, like, anger on his part. Not even any, like, they have stolen this investigation from us because they know what the outcome will be. Nothing like that. The whole thing is a tragedy. Oh, it's all a mistake. You know, why would they do this? Don't they know we're trustworthy? Fucking ridiculous, man. Again, like, they can file charges whenever they want. They do not need an investigation to file charges. That's the wonderful thing about America. You can file charges whenever you want for whatever reason you want. File lawsuit. You can sue anyone, you know? It's great. Take advantage of the system. We'll look at the press briefing soon. In hindsight, his weakness in the Vance debate should have been a warning, TBH. Well, you know. Do you understand why the Minnesota DFL pushed him to drop out now? There's been a long-standing discomfort with his lack of vitriol, and it's been dragging down the rest of the ballot and polls. It wasn't even about his positions. He just isn't cut out for the moment. I don't know what happened, man. He was fine like 2 years ago. Well, maybe a year ago. I don't know. I don't know what the hell happened. Star Tribune identifies ICE agent who fatally shot woman. I need him in handcuffs in front of a judge. I need his ass in handcuffs in front of a judge. I really think the Hortman assassination really fucked with him. Yeah, but like, okay. Wow, Republicans are demonic? You learned that then? Christ. Bit of speculation, but the murderer looks a lot like this Minnesotan ICE pedophile. It is never speculation to say that an ICE officer is a pedophile. You are always correct. Look, we'll see how this develops. I'm given a little bit of confidence by the fact that the Minnesota AG seems insistent that they can prosecute or they can serve charges and investigate anyway. The fact that he's saying that he might even be able to bring charges against the federal government for obstructing or attempting to obstruct the investigation, this gives me some hope. But again, nothing matters until it actually happens. Okay, no more half victories on this. You know, I need them in handcuffs in front of a judge. Minneapolis public schools had to shut down class for the rest of the week after ICE went after students. ICE went after students. Like I said, it's never speculation to call them pedophiles. Let me just get this out here, man. Look, the consequences of a trial on this pedophilic ICE agent at this point would be devastating for the administration, all right? It is a consequence of Trump, but also of their own ideology. They can never admit fault for any reason to anything. It doesn't matter how small it is. It doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if their political project would get 1,000 times easier if they admitted fault on one issue, like any mistake ever. They will never, ever, 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 ever do it under any circumstances. They will never admit any fault. The whole thing is built on a house of cards and largely on confidence. The only reason that things have held up for this long is because the Democrats are so weak that they're... Okay, do you want to know? Do you want to see how bad it is? Do you want to see how bad media complicity is in the inability for the administration to admit fault? Because this is maybe the best example of it I've ever seen so far. Look at this. This is just a little screenshot from a New York Times article that came out today. Okay? Just a little screenshot. All right? So Donald Trump, immediately following the shooting, said that the woman who was killed was a domestic terrorist who ran over the ICE agent, and that it was a miracle the ICE agent survived. Now, we all saw in the video, the ICE agent was not run over. Trump just said that. Here's what New York Times reporters did. They went up to Trump, and God bless them. God bless them. I mean it. I'm going to tear up just thinking about it. They did an actual little itty bit of journalism. They showed Trump the video. They showed Trump slow motion surveillance video of the shooting on a laptop. They told him this angle did not appear to show an ICE officer had been run over. Trump said, well, the way I look at it, it's a terrible scene, Mr. Trump said at the end of the video. I think it's horrible to watch. No, I hate to see it. That's how fragile this house of cards is. Trump had not seen the video. He had not seen the video at any point. He was told what to say about it. He was given the link so that he could put it in his Truth Social post. He was shown the video. He actually, maybe we'll go over the full article because it's worth going over twice. But prior to this, he was insistent the officer had been run over, like telling it directly to the. This is why I say that Trump never lies. He's incapable of lying because if he believes something is true, he'll just say it, right? His brain is soup, but that's just him being crazy. It's not. It is nothing to do. It's not willful dishonesty. He is incapable of it. I mean, it's such an indictment of the standards of journalism in this country that this is impressive. Like, hey, can we show you 20 seconds of video? But that's all it took. They showed him the video, and Donald Trump had nothing to say afterwards. What are you going to do with this? It's a runaway train. It's carried entirely by momentum. It's one of those like kick paddle sail things that I see on YouTube Shorts sometimes, you know, where a pretty lady in a bikini will run alongside a dock and she'll be dragging this waveboard with a sail underneath it. And then she'll hop on and like kick down, and she'll kind of like ride the water like this with the power of her like kicking down. You know? No? Nobody's seen that? It's a momentum-driven political movement. That's why they can't admit fault. I've never gotten that video. It's not one video. It's like a bunch of videos of that specific. Okay, whatever. It's usually women in a bikini because they're in the water, right? A foil board? Yeah, that sounds right. Foil board. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like a foil board. It has a name, dude? It has a name, dude. It has a name, dude. That's what you fucking sound like. Oh, yeah? Masaiku? What's the name in fucking Japanese? Arigato, bitch. I'm sorry. I was so mad I typed all the wrong words into my YouTube search. I don't even know what I'm looking for right now. I'm sorry. I'm really mad about the murder thing. The murder thing still got me a little bit. Yeah. All right, I'm just going to toss that over to the editors, I guess, and then we can move on. About to get a whole lot more social murder as well. They changed the dietary guidelines. Yeah, I hear the new FDA food pyramid is like 12 ounces raw meat every day or something. I don't know. Type shit. You see ICE agents kicking over candles at the memorial site. Wow, what a wonderful segue into the next topic we're getting into. So while we're on the theme of the only way the Republicans know how to deal with this is by doubling, tripling, quadrupling, quintupling, etc. down, here is Renee Good's memorial site. And here's an ICE agent.
Really, you fucking punk? That's what you're gonna fucking do?
What?
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 What? Do you know what the fuck is that is for? What is that for?
Back up.
What is that for?
Back up.
What is that for?
Back up.
You're gonna push me? What is that for?
Back up.
What was that
I don't
for?
give a fuck.
You don't give a fuck about
Back
her?
up.
Bro, this is why we're here.
Back up.
This is why we're here.
Back up.
What's her name? Renee Good?
Back up.
And you fucking, that's a memorial to her. That's a memorial to her. No, it's good. You're a fucking coward.
Fuck you guys.
You're a
You
piece
guys
of
are
shit.
Nazis.
The DHS is still occupying the area in part because they're trying to block local investigation. So, in addition to a wide variety of other things they've been doing, like tear gassing random protesters, harassing students at a local school, etc. Did the ice guy just call him a Nazi? No, the person with the camera did. They have been straight up vandalizing the memorial to Renee Good. I mean, there's more incidents that have been reported on than this, but this one specifically literally just shows him idly kicking candles around, like fake like the plastic candles that don't. That's so sad. Who does that shit? ICE agents. They're subhuman. Really, it's just it's what I mean. What do you get? They just like that. I just sometimes I do worry that people think I'm exaggerating when I say that they like death, right? Like that's not. They don't have any other. The whole point of this entire political movement, as it's always been the case with fascism, right? But now it's just, I think it's more evident now because social media makes it easier to read into people. You're not just going off of like speeches and treatises. You're going off of like, you know, every random Twitter neo-Nazis internal world that they broadcast out because they have no self-control. The whole point of this movement is to derive catharsis from the suffering of people who you think are less than you. That's it. That's the literal only thing. Now, the problem is that normally people who think this way are themselves really wretched people, right? Like the kind of people who think this, the kind of people who derive satisfaction from that are usually not like upstanding members of society, you know, not exactly valedictorians. These people are usually wife beaters, animal abusers, pedophiles, violent drunks, belligerents, just people who are, you know, the dredges of society, basically. So it's really difficult for them to feel superior to other people based purely off the merits, so to speak. So they build a political movement where, you know, ape together strong, you get together and you manage to sort of externally control the definition of what a lesser than group is. You have control over what the outgroup looks like. As one lonesome, pedophilic, drunkard, degenerate, wife-beating, former ICE agent or whatever, you have no control over who the outgroup is. You are less than everyone. But as a group of, I don't know, 80 million or so degenerates, you have the political power to designate entire groups of people as lesser than you. Haitians, Somalis, you know, immigrants, whatever, you know, whatever group you want. And the whole point of the campaign is deriving catharsis from their suffering. That's it. Anything they believe can shift around as long as it satisfies that goal. You will see the principles of Republicans alter, even like mid-conversation, over and over and over again, but there is one thing that will never alter: the catharsis they derive from the suffering of people they think are less than them. That will never change, ever. That's the only consistent thing. And because it's the only consistent thing, it's the only thing they actually believe in. They just like death. That's it. So speaking of that, press conference. You know things are going super well when you need an immediate statement from Kristi Noem, then a follow-up press conference by Kristi Noem, statements from basically every single member of the Trump admin, then the following day, and it's an extra press conference from both Levitt and J.D. Vance, you know? Things are looking real good when the walls are definitely not closing in around Daddy. Where is Tulsi Gabbard? Doing fucking yoga on a beach somewhere. I don't know. That shit's crazy, man. Imagine being Tulsi Gabbard and your whole, like, political career has been grifting as some kind of campus, you know, like, Russian asset, no, you know, isolationist, no more American imperialism. And then you join in with the Trump administration and fucking in the first year, we're talking about how the entire Western Hemisphere belongs to us. And you're just like, I'm just gonna fucking chill out for a bit, okay? I'm on a beach. All right.
Walking out.
Trump administration is immigration and the safety
Bravely incident that took place.
By the way, this entire press conference, with basically no exceptions, is just going to be them smearing a dead woman and calling her a terrorist over and over and over again and blaming her for her murder. That's it. That's the only thing. So if you don't want to watch that for a while, and I can't respond to every fake thing they say, like if you're just going to be angry and upset afterwards, but in like an unproductive way, that's your warning.
Minnesota yesterday occurred as a result of a larger, sinister left-wing movement that has spread across our country, where our brave men and women of federal law enforcement are under organized attack. Right now, immigration and customs enforcement officers are facing a 12...
Sorry, let me actually see if I can find better audio, because this one's kind of quiet, even with the audio boosted. That is audio.
Say that we need a special
enforcement that has spread across our country, where our brave men and women of federal law enforcement are under organized attack. Right now, immigration and customs enforcement officers are facing a 1,200% increase in assaults, a 3,200% increase in vehicle rammings, and an 8,000...
Note that Renee Good experienced an infinity % increase in being murdered, which is not a stat, as I'm aware of, yet shared by ICE agents.
% increase in death threats. ICE agents are faithfully enforcing federal law to protect the safety of the American people by removing criminal illegal aliens from our country, which is exactly what nearly 80 million Americans elected President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance to do. Radicals in the Democrat Party are furious over this. They don't want our border secured or criminal illegal aliens being removed. As a result, Democrats are impeding immigration.
Remember, no matter how vile the shit she's about to say is, and is currently saying, this must be read only as an act of desperation. If the state were truly powerful, then Renee Good would just be one statistic. Every day, the right would have 1,000 new deaths to gloat over and masturbate to. But instead, this one, still they are powerless enough that a single death is something that they have to spend multiple days defending themselves again. They have to hide the investigation. They have to do everything they can. Just understand this as desperation, because it is.
Enforcement operations daily, creating extremely heightened and dangerous circumstances that make it nearly impossible for the men and women of law enforcement to simply do their jobs. Democrats are calling to defund federal law enforcement agencies who are protecting public safety. And Democrats are calling to abolish ICE.
And all of this can be used to hang them in the future. Remember that they have to stand by these statements, because this is the one thing, the cruelty, that they can't back off of. In the future, let everyone associate this with ICE. ICE is not, and never has been, an organization defined by moderation or respect for the law. You know, what ICE represents is this: every single mistake, every atrocity, every crime, all of it gets defended. The people in ICE, they love this. They love this shit. They're probably jealous that they didn't get to kill an innocent woman. There's nothing these people want more than to kill innocent women. Do you know what the average ICE agent probably thinks of women, like as a political group, as a concept? This is what they represent, okay? All of this will be held against them when the time is right.
And defund the police. That will never be allowed to happen under this president and vice president. The Trump administration will redouble our efforts to get the worst of the worst: criminal illegal alien killers, rapists, and pedophiles off of American streets. The Department of Homeland Security will continue to operate on the ground in Minnesota, not only to remove criminal illegal aliens, but also to continue conducting door-to-door investigations of the rampant fraud that has taken place in the state under the failed and corrupt leadership of Democrat Governor Tim Walz. Taxpayers have been ripped off to the tune of billions of dollars in this one state alone. And that is going to end, and people are going to be held accountable.
Hey, did you guys see that YouTube video about Somalis?
The Trump administration has activated thousands of federal agents, doubled the number of U.S. attorneys in the DOJ office in Minneapolis, and surged resources to hold fraudsters accountable and demand justice for law-abiding American taxpayers and citizens across our country. And that's what brings the vice president.
I want to add, by the way, because J.D. Vance is about to come on. J.D. Vance has been nonstop Twitter posting, nonstop, over and over and over and over again defending the murder. I mean, okay, by over and over again, I mean like 5 to 10 times, but that's a lot for a vice president on a single issue. Also, a lot of them were all chained together 6 hours ago. Like he woke up this morning and immediately just fired a few off, you know? He has been getting, look, JD Vance's only job is to tweet, basically. That's the only thing that he does, right? Like, Trump can't tweet, like Trump can't like argue with people on Twitter. That's not, he's not gonna do that, right? That's not his prerogative. And JD Vance's rhetoric usually only works on Twitter, which is right, like what we're about to see in person, you know. It doesn't really work in person, in human speech as well. But again, just please understand that what this looks like is desperation. Okay? Can you imagine if Hitler had to respond this way to every murder that took place during the Night of Broken Glass? Like think about it, right? The monstrous power that he weaponized in that pogrom was not evident merely in the killing, but in the fact that all of it was accepted as normalized social murder. You know, essentially immediately, right? They have not achieved that power here. They have not normalized social murder, at least not in this specific instance.
Out here with me today to discuss all the Trump administration is doing and to make an additional...
The problem is they have thousands of Indians online pushing their rhetoric. Listen, Twitter is a flood of bots, Indians, and so on, who are all neo-Nazis, or at least pretending to be them for 5 cents a day, okay? Twitter is not real life. I promise you. Go to any other social media site, maybe not Facebook, go to Instagram, whatever, go to TikTok, go to like the comment sections under news pages, right? Like even like Fox News if you want. Overwhelmingly, people think this was a murder. The administration is not winning this one. It's not the same in real life. Twitter is especially bad.
Important announcement on this front. So please, Mr. Vice President, will be joining us now.
Guys. Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you.
Great. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And I want to echo some of what Carolyn said about
again,
what
just
we're
like
doing.
Incredible desperation, bringing the VP on for a fucking White House press briefing to specifically defend the murder of one woman. Like you're running it up the chain. Everything they do reveals more and more how desperate they are to shore this up.
Combat the rampant fraud that exists in our immigration system, thanks to failed politicians and thanks to people who allowed the American taxpayer to be taken advantage of for far too long. I think it's important to understand why this matters to the American people.
Eh? What? We're watching an AP News VOD? Did they take down the VOD?
It is going to be
Oh, they clipped it to clip the dead space at the beginning, but they clipped so much dead space at the beginning that it shortened the video length to shorter than how far we buffered into it, basically. Okay.
Nationwide. It shouldn't even be in this country to the American
dollars. And this an announcement.
And why this matters to the American people. Okay. I am a father of 3 young kids, a lot of kids, a lot of people in my generation. What is that going on there? Is that normal? Okay. CNN installed this
broken
camera.
Remember when Vance's mom traded him for crack?
But it's not going to work. So here's the simple fact here. If you're a young parent struggling to afford childcare in the United States of America, there are programs that we have to make it easier for your kids to get in daycare, for your kids to get in preschool. Those programs should go to American citizens, not be defrauded by Somali immigrants and others. Make it hard for you to get the access to the resources you need. But number 2, making it easier for people who shouldn't even be in this country to fleece the United States and our taxpayers to begin with. We have actually activated a major interagency task force to make it possible to get to the heart of this fraud. We have Department of Agriculture resources that are focused on SNAP fraud so that people who need food benefits can get them, but illegal aliens and other fraudsters don't. We have over 1,500 subpoenas that the Department of Justice has issued to get to the heart of the fraud ring. We've done almost 100 indictments, mostly Somali immigrants, but also a few others. And of course, we're looking in with broad investigatory authority to a number of the the instances of wrongdoing that we've seen in Minneapolis. But we also want to expand this. We know that the fraud isn't just happening in Minneapolis, it's also happening in states like Ohio. It's happening in states like California. And so what we're doing in order to help coordinate this remarkable interagency effort from the Trump administration, but also to make sure that we prosecute the bad guys and do it as swiftly and efficiently as possible, is we are creating a new Assistant Attorney General position who will have nationwide jurisdiction over the issue of fraud. Now, of course, that person's efforts will start and focus primarily in Minnesota, but it is going to be a nationwide effort because, unfortunately, the American people have been defrauded in a very nationwide way.
I can't believe all this is because of a fucking YouTube video.
I want to thank a couple of people who is going to make sure officer nearly had his life ended.
There we go.
This was an attack on law and order. This was an attack on the American people. The way that the media, by and large, has reported this story has been an absolute disgrace, and it puts our law enforcement...
Renee Good just created 1 million ICE agents or something.
Officers at risk every single day. What that headline leaves out is the fact that that very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him with an automobile? What that headline leaves out is that that woman was there to interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation in the United States of America. What that headline leaves out is
Jesus
that woman
Christ.
has
Liberal
part of
fascism.
a broader left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and to make it impossible for our ICE officers to do their job. If the media wants to tell the truth, they ought to tell the truth that a group of left-wing radicals have been working tirelessly, sometimes using domestic terror techniques to try to make it impossible for the President of the United States to do what the American people elected him to do, which is enforce our immigration laws. The President stands with ICE. I stand with ICE. We stand with all of our...
Meanwhile, at this moment in the Oval Office, New York Times reporters are showing Trump a laptop with a video on it, and Trump's going, oh, that looks terrible.
Enforcement officers. And part of that is recognizing that you people in the media, not everybody in this room, but many people in this room have been lying about this attack. She was trying to ram this guy with her car. He shot back. He defended himself. He's already been seriously wounded in law enforcement operations before, and everybody who's been repeating the lie that this is some innocent woman who was out for a drive in Minneapolis when a law enforcement officer shot at her, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Every single one of you. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I wanted to read a quote from Tim Walz earlier today. He said, when things looked bleak, it was Minnesota's first that held the line for the nation on July 3rd, 1863, and I think we may be in that moment now. Can you comment on his rhetoric and Mayor Jacob Frey and whether they want to see unrest in Minneapolis?
Well, that's very tough rhetoric from a guy who just quit because his fraudulent activities have been uncovered. Look, Tim Walz is a joke. His entire administration,
unfortunately, got his ass.
Has been a joke. The idea that he's some sort of freedom fighter, he's not. He's a guy who has enabled fraud and maybe in fact has participated in fraud. That's what this new Assistant Attorney General position is going to find out. I don't care what Tim Walz says. I care about getting to the bottom of this fraud for the American people, and I care about enforcing the nation's immigration laws. That's what we're going to stay focused on.
Vice President, a related question here. I mean, Democrats have accused ICE of murder. They've said they're targeting Americans. They've told ICE to get the F out of Minnesota. This is going to stoke the fire against ICE agents, and you're talking about ICE agents right now and being concerned about them. What, if anything, is the administration going to do to make sure these folks are protected during these protests? But also, should DHS sort of revisit their procedures here? I mean, nobody wants to see an American killed. Are there changes that need to be made to make sure something like this doesn't happen again?
I actually like this question because, again, he has to double down on everything. So even the most moderately framed questions like, do you think a reevaluation of ICE training could lead to less death in the future? And his only response is, no, the training is perfect. Maybe if people stop being so fucking terroristic to our agents.
So, of course, nobody wants an American citizen to be killed. This is absolutely a tragedy, but it's a tragedy of the making of the far left. They have radicalized a very small segment of the population, taught them that ICE agents are...
By the way, this woman was apparently like picking up her kid from school. She was like a stay-at-home mom and was not heavily politically affiliated. Like they would do this to literally anyone. You know how the far right has a tradition where anytime one of their guys gets caught doing something optically bad, they all pretend that guy was a Fed, when in reality they're all like autistic sociopaths who look really bad when exposed to the light of day, you know? It's kind of like that. By definition, if you are the enemy of the administration, you are a domestic terrorist. It doesn't matter what for, right? Like, you could be a base Nick Fuentes loving America firster who's out there protesting, I don't know, the next $20 trillion we give to Israel. And if you like slightly brush past an ICE agent and get shot for it, congratulations, you are now a radical left domestic terrorist. Like, it doesn't matter. It's like anyone, definitionally, the definition of a domestic terrorist is someone the administration killed. Oh man, speaking of hold on one second. Speaking of like autistic sociopaths who sound really bad in person, I saw this clip. I pull up a clip of me.
The storm is here. When we come, one, we go all. No one can stop what is coming. Get here, guys. We need you in Minnesota. These people are fucking terrorists. Patriots, get out here. We need the backup. And all you liberal commie motherfuckers, keep your hands to yourself, or you're gonna get hurt today, all right? We executed one of you yesterday. We executed one of you yesterday. You understand that? We executed.
Remember what I said? The only thing these people believe in is killing people. Like, that's the only actual consistent belief they have. I can't imagine how fucking pathetic a person has to be for them to have so many unresolved personal grievances that they can derive satisfaction from just like a random woman dying for no reason. Like, they have to, like, they have so few W's in their life that they have to take that as a win somehow. No. Give them the press, please. I would love to see stuff like this in mainstream media. For some reason, like, every single goddamn mask-wearing, Antifa, bike-lock-wielding Berkeley protester got, like, to be mainstream news for months. Why aren't open neo-Nazis celebrating the exact positions of the administration not newsworthy? This is really soy. You need to fuck off. Seriously. I'm sorry. You need to fuck off. Okay? Why are you... You should absolutely give attention to people saying we executed one of you yesterday. Why would you... What do you think is the best possible thing that could happen to us is the, like, widespread popularization of the kinds of people that Nick Fuentes cringes at when he gets donos from them. Okay? Speaking of YouTubers, oh yeah, the man who started it all.
They came after me. They came after my family. They doxed my entire family.
How did they come after you? Be specific.
Well, they tried to come after me. They tried to debunk all my whole entire story.
That's fucking funny. All right. Back to it.
Engaging in wide-scale violation of people's rights. What our ICE officers are doing is deporting the millions of criminal aliens that were let in during the Biden administration. So number one, we have to say, as a matter of leadership, and I would appreciate if the Democrats would join me on this, let's be honest about the fact that we have way too many illegal aliens in this country. Our ICE officers should be supported in doing their job. You're trying to actually marshal the far left lunatic fringe to engage in doxing, to try to make it impossible for them to enforce the law, and in some cases actually to engage in acts of domestic terrorism against our law enforcement officers. When you talk about different plans, different protocols, different policies, I forget exactly how you asked the question. Here's the simple fact.
I forgot what I was saying. Sorry, one second. Ooh, a yummy treat I'd been waiting for arrived. Little treat. Ooh.
Going to do is make it easier for the American People's Administration to enforce the American people's law. And that means that Democrats have to stop rallying the mob against legitimate law enforcement operations. And that means that we are going to get tougher. And that's what this AAG position is about. We're going to get tougher at the people who are defrauding the United States.
Not only will we not admit fault, okay? We are actually going to do this more.
By inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's one of the things that we're going to do. We've already started that work at the Department of Justice, but we're going to keep on doing it, and this new AAG position is going to kick that into high gear.
Vice President Vance, you just suggested that this woman who was killed, Renee Good, is part of a broader left-wing network. Who do you think is behind this broader left-wing network?
Well, it's one of the things we're going to have to figure out, but here's the way that I put it. When somebody throws a brick at an ICE agent, or somebody tries to run over an ICE agent, who paid for the brick? And who told protesters to show up and engage in violent activity against our law enforcement officers? You see, just with this most recent terrible incident in Minneapolis, you see friends of this woman's or other people who are eyewitnesses saying basically that she was there to engage in obstruction of a legitimate law enforcement operation. How did she get there? How did she learn about this? There's an entire network, and frankly,
she was just parked on the side of the road and was flagged by the officers to go on ahead, and then one of them fucking tried to reach into the door, but she was being told to go on ahead, so she pulled ahead, and then she got shot 3 times.
Some of the media are participating in it that is trying to incite violence against our law enforcement officers. It's ridiculous, it's preposterous, and part of our investigatory work is getting to the bottom of it. Who's funding it, who's supporting it, who's cheerleading it, and of course if there's illegal activity related to that, we're going to get to the bottom of that and prosecute it where we can.
Vice President, thank you for taking questions today. Is there a risk with you describing her as a deranged leftist, talking about very specific facts of these events, when an investigation is just beginning? Are you preempting?
Nah, we took control of the investigation, don't worry. I'm pretty confident the Trump-controlled FBI won't find any wrongdoing here. Seriously, we need the Minnesota AG to come forward with this.
A thorough investigation by drawing such conclusions. And have you received any information beyond the videos we've seen publicly about this individual, her specific acts, that has informed your point of view?
Well, first of all, the Department of Justice is going to investigate this. The Department of Homeland Security is already investigating this. But the simple fact is, what you see is what you get in this case. You have a woman who is trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. Nobody debates that. You have a woman who aimed her car at a law enforcement officer and pressed on the accelerator. Nobody debates that. I can believe that her death is a tragedy, while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making and a tragedy of...
Again, also, massive show of weakness here, liberal fascist concession. Why would you think it's a tragedy if she was a domestic terrorist and a deranged lunatic who tried to murder an ICE officer, right? Like, that makes no sense. In your own framework, why the fuck would you ever, like, no one would ever say it's a tragedy if, like, you know, Osama bin Laden type terrorist tried and failed to kill an officer, like a tragedy that they died or whatever, like an attempted suicide bombing or something. So why are they saying it here? Because they know it's not a fucking act of domestic terrorism. They know they're in the wrong. They're just trying to hedge their bets here because they don't want to, like, well, I mean, frankly, I think it's weak. It makes them look worse. If Donald Trump was up here, he wouldn't really say it's a tragedy. He would just say she's a little, like, it's the over-intellectualization. Donald Trump never knows that he's lying. J.D. Vance always knows that he does, and he acts like it. So he hedges his bets. He hems and he haws, you know?
The far left, who has marshaled an entire movement, a lunatic fringe against our law enforcement officers. I think what is clearly happening here, and it's going to keep on happening unless the Democrats wake up and say, you know what, you don't have to agree with our immigration policies. You don't have to agree with what the president or the vice president believe about immigration enforcement.
Liberal fascism again.
Why don't you take this to the ballot box? Why don't you vote?
Oh my God, dude. Oh my fucking God. Just randomly murdering people. Well, if you don't like it, why don't you defeat us in the free marketplace birthplace of ideas while you're like sending fucking stormtroopers into cities to randomly arrest and murder people. Just like hit the brown shirts, just menacing people. Oh, if you don't like it, like we have a free system of democracy that allows you to express your discontent at the ballot box. Jesus fucking Christ.
Why don't you organize? Instead, what some of them are doing is encouraging people to get violent with our law enforcement officials. It's disgraceful and it's got to stop.
We really need like official jurisprudence on the case of like how well can you what are your legal rights when it comes to defending yourself against illegal behavior from police officers? Because courts have not been consistent at all on this, and they have not clearly designated what the appropriate line is. Like you can like theoretically, legally, if a cop is menacing you illegally, you have a right to defend yourself against them, right? But there's like asterisks and edge cases to this, you know? Like a cop can do a no-knock raid on your house, kick the door down, and they have the wrong address. So they're literally just kicking the door down to a wrong house. But if you turn and shoot them, like you can go to jail, which is insane, even if they don't announce that they're police, you know? There's no consistency here. We have no, like we have no standard practice for what happens if the cops are just bad.
Just to follow up on that question, and again, thank you for taking questions, Mr. Vice President. There's clearly a lot of emotion in Minnesota, across the country over this incident. You're calling Renee Good a deranged leftist. There's been heated rhetoric that we've also heard from officials. What responsibility do you and the president have to diffuse some of the tension that we are seeing play out in Minnesota, bring down the temperature as this investigation is unfolding?
What we have a responsibility to do is to protect the people who are enforcing the law and protect the country writ large. Whether you're Democrat or Republican, you deserve to have the people's laws enforced in the United States of America. Now, again, I'm not happy that this woman lost her life. I'm not happy that this woman was there at a protest violating the law by interfering with a law enforcement action.
Wasn't she at her house? Wasn't she like at her house? Like it wasn't a protest. It was just ICE was invading her neighborhood. Yeah, she was in her neighborhood. There wasn't a protest. She wasn't there protesting. She was just in her car, like the ICE cars were blocking her car.
I think that we can all recognize that the best way to turn down the temperature is to tell people to take their concerns about immigration policy to the ballot box. Stop assaulting and stop inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's the best way to take down the temperature. And we're not going to give in to terrorism on this. And that's exactly what's happening. People trying to antagonize, to commit acts of violence.
This is a tragedy, and we don't want it to happen again. And of course we stand, you know, we hear the concerns of the people of Minnesota, which is why we encourage you to go to the ballot box to express them. But also, this woman is a domestic terrorist and a deranged lunatic and a threat to the United States of America, and we are all Charlie Kirk. Yeah, totally fucking incoherent. Just nonsense from start to finish.
They throw bricks at them. Sometimes they shoot at them. Sometimes they dox them. Sometimes they go to their place of residence and harass their families. This is classic terrorism. And we cannot say that when a far left fringe is inciting violence against our brave law enforcement officials, that we're no longer going to enforce the law. That's rewarding the very people who are engaged in this garbage. The actual reward that they just got is a new assistant attorney general who is going to prosecute and investigate this stuff even more aggressively than before.
Wow, that little faith in Pam Bondi, huh? Jesus. The reward they got for their misbehavior, we found a new Pam Bondi, a better Pam Bondi. Jesus. By the way, like the Dems, and I'm sorry, I know that my vote is very important to the Democratic Party. I know that it's weighted such that I basically swing the election single-handedly. But to be clear, like abolish ICE is no longer the moderate position. We need trials, big trials, lots of trials, the biggest trials you've ever seen. I don't want any of that Obama 2008 no longer, you know, no charges brought against Wall Street bullshit. Okay, we need real trials. Big, beautiful trials.
Yeah. Thanks for taking my question. So the head of Minnesota's investigations agency says that the U.S. Attorney's Office has essentially cut off the state investigations agency's access
access to the investigation. What is the precedent for that, and why shouldn't the Minnesota officials on the ground have access and evidence to work on this investigation?
First of all, I wish the state officials in Minnesota would investigate why you have so many people who are using their vehicles and other means to actually interfere with the
To
legitimate...
leave their neighborhood to go and pick up their kids from school. It's fucked up. Why are so many Minnesotan mothers picking their children up from school?
Law enforcement operation. The precedent here is very simple. You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy is protected by absolute immunity. He was doing his job. The idea that Tim Walz and a bunch of radicals in Minneapolis are going to go after and make this guy's life miserable because he was doing the job that he was asked to do is preposterous. The unprecedented thing is the idea that a local official can actually prosecute a federal official with absolute immunity. I've never seen anything.
The absolute immunity thing isn't a slip. They've said this before. They think that they have argued ICE agents have absolute immunity when engaging in immigration enforcement, not qualified immunity. They've said that before. It's not the first time they've said that. They're not. I mean, legally, they're not. It's just not true. They benefit from qualified immunity, not absolute immunity, but that's what they're saying. Yeah.
Like that, it would get tossed out by a judge. So what I'd like Minnesota to focus on is the real issue that they're encouraging people. Minneapolis officials are encouraging people to commit violence against ICE officials. It's ridiculous. It's got to stop. Go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you. You said earlier that there's a left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and make it impossible for ICE officers to do their job. You told my colleague just now that there's an investigation going on into that network.
Yep.
So if everything that you say is true, how does being part of that network justify being shot?
Well, being part of the network doesn't justify being shot, but ramming an ICE officer with your car, that's what justifies being shot. It's not a good thing, by the way, but when you...
Really wish we had the New York Times reporters here, you know? Somebody who would just say, we've all seen the video, no one was rammed. Like, just straightforwardly, we all saw the video, nobody was rammed. He shot in through the side window. Everyone who's seen the video knows you're lying. Why do you, what is the point of this?
Force somebody to engage in self-defense, it's almost a preposterous question. I'm not saying that funding some of this stuff justifies capital punishment. Nobody would suggest that. The reason this woman is dead is because she tried to ram somebody with her car and that guy acted in self-defense. That is why she lost her life, and that is the tragedy. Now, there may be other violations of the law and other penalties that are associated with those violations of the law. For example, if you are funding violence against our law enforcement officers, I'm not a prosecutor. My guess is that's not the sort of thing that earns capital punishment, but it should sure as hell earn you a few years in prison if you're funding the effort to try to assault our law enforcement officers. What is, I'm sorry, guys, what's going on here? You guys are meant to report the truth. How have you let yourself become...
Abolishing ICE is no longer enough. What we need is the next president. I know this will never happen because Democrats are pussies, but like this should happen. The ICE needs to be post hoc declared an illegitimate agency. Every criminal case that they put forward, every investigation, every crime, everything they ever did, wiped clean. Like a dirty cop having previous cases wiped off their record, people getting set free, that kind of thing, you know? If you're in prison because you like tussled with an ICE officer during a protest, congratulations, you're free. They were an illegitimate police force, you know? They were basically occupiers. That's what they are. They're an occupying fascist brown shirt militia. They have no real political legitimacy. Only this administration deems them so. And presumably the next Democrats too, because again, they're massive pussies. But abolishing ICE isn't enough, you know? Like, after we liberated Germany, we would not have then said, but you still have to stay in prison for the crime of, like, you know, spilling a drink on a Gestapo agent at the bar, right? Like, you obviously, if you're declaring the old regime illegitimate, you have to wipe the slate clean.
Agents of propaganda.
We did for the gay sort of. Yeah, well, let's not do that then.
Of a radical fringe that's making it harder for us to enforce our laws. You just asked me a question that presumed that the reason why this woman died is because she was engaged in legitimate protest. She tried to run somebody over with her car, and the guy defended himself when that happened. Next question.
We need a reporter to bring a projector so that you can just play the video, like, just hold up the projector and play the video on the wall behind.
that the investigation is still ongoing.
I said next question.
I said next question.
You watched the video yourself. There's not the slightest doubt in your mind, having viewed it, that the victim, you still believe that she deliberately tried to ram him despite...
Please don't ban me from the White House press pool. Please don't ban me from the White House press pool. Please don't ban me from the White House press pool.
Despite seeing this video.
Look, I don't know what is in a person's heart or in a person's head, and obviously we're not going to get the chance to ask this woman what was going on. What I am certain of is that she violated the law. What I'm certain of is that that officer had every reason to think that he was under very serious threat for injury or in fact, his life. What I'm certain of is that she accelerated in a way where she ran into the guy. I don't know what was in her heart and what was in her head, but I know that she violated the law, and I know that officer was acting in self-defense. It raises an interesting point, though. Look, if people want to say that we should have a legitimate debate about, you know, what was she really doing, right? Was she panicking when she drove into this officer, or was she actually trying to ram him? That's a reasonable conversation. What's not reasonable is for so many of you to plaster all over the media that this was an innocent woman and that the ICE agent committed murder, which is what many of you have said explicitly and some of you have said implicitly.
I actually can't believe he's saying this. Why would you ever make yourself look this weak by getting angry at the statements made by these people when they're not in this room? Why would you, like, imagine this in an interpersonal social setting where you feel like the people in the room are upset with you for something and you're having conversations with them and like everything's kind of panning out, but then you just throw your drink down and you're like, I know all of you outside of this room are saying X, and it's not true. Like, it's just a ridiculous. You're supposed to confront them off the. By doing this, he's acknowledging that nobody believes him. You realize that, right? Like, their best bet here is manufacturing the consent, pretending everyone in the conservative space already believes that this was an attempted murder on the part of Renee Good, not on the part of the ICE agent. You know, why would you acknowledge the fact that nobody believes that?
That's what I have an objection to. The idea that this was not justified is absurd, and I think everybody knows it in their heart. Yeah. In the green jacket.
Taking down the temperature, it seems like political violence is ratcheting up and riots could be around the corner. What steps does the administration have planned to try to unite America? Average people on both political sides are so tired of fighting with each other, and I think all the journalists in this room could agree with me that we don't want to be part of the problem. Do you have any words to unite America?
You know, I know you don't want to be a part of the problem, and I think that's true of a lot of you. I'm not sure it's true for everybody, because the reporting over this has been one of the biggest scandals I've ever seen in media. I've never seen a case so misrepresented and misreported when you have a guy who was defending himself and is now being treated as some sort of federal assassin by so many of the people in this room. First of all, let me say about crime. You mentioned violence. One of the things we're proudest about is that you saw violent crime over the last year drop by 20%. Why is that drop by 20%? Is it because we're attacking our law enforcement officers, or is it because we in the administration are empowering our law enforcement officers to enforce the law? I think that's one of the ways you take down the temperature, is you make people feel more secure and safe in their person and property. That's why we care so much about protecting our law enforcement, because it accrues to the benefit of the entire national community. I think that we can absolutely talk about the ways in which, you know, we can lower the temperature by discussing differences in a reasonable and rational way. Again, I'm happy to talk with any congressional Democrat or any of you about our immigration policy, about why I think it's necessary, about why I think it's in the best interest of the country, about why the President of the United States was elected to actually enforce the border for the first time in at least 4 years. So here's the problem. That's not the debate so many people are having. They are actively covering for people who are committing acts of violence against federal law enforcement. It is preposterous. The way to take down the temperature is to stop it. Have your debates about policy. Attack me. Attack the President of the United States. Don't attack our law enforcement officers.
Remember, the explicit position of the President of the United States is that people who disagree with him are also domestic terrorists. He said that multiple times. That any kind of policy disagreement with him is tantamount to being an enemy of the United States of America. Like, he said that pretty clearly. Not that it fucking matters, right? It's liberal fascism. It's this pathetic deference to civility, right? Yeah, I know I'm up here. I literally got pitched in here instead of Carolyn Levitt to defend a murder, but, you know, basically, like, you guys really need to chill the fuck out.
They are trying to do the job the American people demanded that they do. They are not policy actors. They are enforcing the law. They should be treated with a modicum of dignity and respect. And the fact that they're not is why incidents like yesterday happened. The one final point I'll make about this is, look, there's a part of me that feels very, very sad for this woman, not just because she lost her life, but because I think she is a victim of left-wing ideology. What young mother shows up and decides they're going to throw their car in front of ICE officers who are enforcing legitimate law? You've got to be a little brainwashed to get to that point.
Again, like, Trump would be so much better at this because he would not, like, think of it like an Ace Attorney case, okay? J.D. Vance has to stack lie on top of lie on top of lie because he's building like a house of cards. He has to support every lie with new lies. Everything, like, there's a million factually incorrect things you could say. Trump wouldn't say that many factually incorrect things. He would say maybe 3, and the rest of it would just be calling her a terrible woman. You know what I mean? Like, he would just say the wrong thing and then fill the void with obfuscation and hyperbole, and then he would go, like, drone on about whatever else. But JD Vance can't fucking help himself. He has to, like, well, it's like Ben Shapiro shit. Logically, if one were to say, show up in an ICE protest, there was no protest, and deliberately use your vehicle to attempt to ram an ICE officer, which didn't happen, then what would you call such a person other than a domestic terrorist? Like, you just establish more and more schisms or factual errors to attack. And I think stuff like this does a lot more to convince Republicans to look at the video themselves, because it trains them, at least some of them, to focus on the facts. You know what I mean? Like, if all Trump said was, she tried to kill him, she's terrible, she's dead, whatever, that's kind of the end of it. But J.D. Vance is now inviting people to have a debate on the specific facts of the matter, which is, you know, what gets people to actually look at the video, which a lot of Republicans have not seen, and that's not good for them. They don't want people to look at the video.
To where you're willing, not just to protest.
By the way, somebody in chat pointed this out, but I was completely incorrect earlier. I said that a New York Times journalist showed Trump the video. I was fucking wrong. Trump showed the New York Times journalist the video. We were in the Oval Office for an interview with the president, the unfolding situation in Minneapolis. Trump said, I want to see nobody get shot. I want to see nobody screaming and trying to run over policemen either. When we pressed Trump on his conclusion that the victim, Renee Nicole Good, tried to run over the agent, he asked an aide to pull up the video on a laptop in an effort to prove his point. That was a vicious situation that took place, Mr. Trump said, apparently referring to what federal officials have said was an effort by Ms. Good to run down an ICE agent. The exchange was a glimpse into Mr. Trump's reflexive decision. This is sane-washing, by the way. It's not a reflexive decision. Trump was coached on what to say here. Of what has become a sometimes violent federal crackdown on immigration, which in this case claimed the life of an American citizen who was protesting ICE's presence in Minneapolis. On Thursday, after our interview with the president, a Times analysis of footage showed from 3 camera angles, showed the motorist was driving away from, not toward, a federal officer when he opened fire. But on Wednesday night, Trump stuck to his account even as we pointed out the inconsistencies in his account and the lack of clarity in videos circulating on social media. We asked if, in his mind, firing into a vehicle like that was acceptable. She behaved horribly, Trump said, and then she ran him over. She didn't try to run him over. She ran him over. Again, he's just saying this because he was told to say it. It's not, he hasn't seen the video. We told the president that the early videos circulating online were unclear. I'll play the tape for you right now, Mr. Trump said. Mr. Trump's aide, Natalie Hart, brought a laptop over to the Resolute desk to show us what he said would be evidence of the woman's wrongdoing. Would Trump do this if he had seen the video? My thinking? No. Trump was probably shown the most blurry, inaccurate, like inconclusive video possible, and Stephen Miller told him, yep, ran the guy over. He nearly died. He's in the hospital. And Trump just ran with it. But then Trump pulled up a different video. Before the video began, Mr. Trump acknowledged the tragic nature of the shooting. With all that being said, no, I don't like that happening, he said, before pivoting to his common refrain of criticizing illegal immigration. As a slow-motion surveillance video of the shooting played on the laptop, we told him this angle did not appear to show that an ICE officer had been run over. Well, Mr. Trump said, the way I look at it, it's a terrible scene, Trump said at the end of the video. I think it's horrible to watch. No, I hate to see it. But did this fatal shooting mean his ICE operation had gone too far? Mr. Trump sidestepped the question, instead blaming Biden's immigration policies. Right. And that's why Trump is the guy you want giving your speeches and not J.D. Vance. Can you imagine if J.D. Vance had been there? Imagine how many rapid-fire, blustered lies he would have had to tell right there. He would have, if you take a look at the pixels on frame 17 of this video, you can, like, he would have gotten mad. He would have gotten fucking flustered. He would have gotten, he would have gotten sloppy. But Trump just, But it's still clear. He had not seen the video. Aye. By the way, how their supporters really feel? No. This guy's literally like a YouTuber or something. This is a very, very, very small cohort of clout farming neo-Nazis, okay? The majority of Republicans belong in one of two camps. There are people who have not seen the video and just believe anything they're told by Republican media or Trump. And there are Republicans who just enjoy the death and suffering of people they deem less than them. That's it. This kind of person, this like open glee, very, very rare. Also, he looks like Harry Potter a little bit here. Oh yeah, somebody else in chat already said it. Let's just finish up this fucking press conference.
That's fine. Not peacefully protest, but throw your vehicle in front of legitimate law enforcement officers and drive your car into them. To get to that point, you have to be, I think, radicalized in a very, very sad way. I certainly wish that she hadn't got there. I know there's an ICE officer right now who very much wishes he was not put in the position where he had to fire a gun to defend his own life.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. What's your message?
Let's give him a little bit more to regret then, huh? You know? As long as, in for a penny, in for a pound. Let's give him a nice cell to wallow in for a while. Possibly forever.
Following up on that, what's your message to the leaders in Minnesota, the governor of Minnesota, the mayor of Minneapolis, to calm down the
I don't just want ICE to be abolished, and I don't just want the ICE officers and the officials who have committed crimes to be thrown in jail. I want all of them thrown in jail. I want like Leninist shit, okay? I want every former ICE officer in the next administration to be forced to make a public vow of disavow. If they've committed no crimes while an ICE officer, they must still disavow. I want a big written apology from them. I mean it. I'm not joking. They are the brown shirts. They are instruments of the dismantling of our democracy. By their nature, they are, as far as I'm concerned, an innately treasonous organization. And that is a crime, and there are punishments for that crime. I think that it is an incredible act of generosity on my part to think that they could get away with that merely for providing, assuming they've committed no other crimes, merely by providing an essay in which they disavow the administration, the organization they were a part of, everything. Yes, and they may never hold positions of political power again, and they will all be listed on a government-hosted database where you can at any time look them up, like a sex offender registry, you can look them up. Oh, that guy's a former ICE agent. Well, that's all you need to know about him.
Situation on the ground, on the streets. What's your message also to those protesters who...
Why not just deport all ICE officers? Okay, new condition for a Democrat to secure my vote in 2028, all right? I need them to post on Twitter those, like, America if they deported 100 million people pictures, and then it's like a vaporwave picture of a bunch of SoCal surfers hanging out from the 1980s or whatever, but it's not 100 million Americans, it's 20,000. America after we deport 20,000 ICE agents, and then it's like the people are wearing big shades, I want like a slow reverb bass mix of Everybody Wants to Rule the World playing over footage from advertisements aired in the 1980s, and then the text superimposed. America after 20,000 ICE agents are deported. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
saw that video in a completely different way than you saw that video.
Well, first of all, I think if you watch every angle of that video, there is one angle where if you squint, you can maybe tell yourself that it's not clear what happened.
It's just ridiculous. They should have sent Trump out here. They should have sent Trump out here. I have no idea why. What is the point of lying only like 95%? What's this like debate bro obsession with like offering these caveats to prove you're reasonable?
You look at all angles of that video, it is very clear that her vehicle went right for the guy. She actually collided with him. And then that's, of course, when he fired his shots. That's obvious, okay? So what I'd say to the protesters is, by all means, protest peacefully, but make this about ideas. Make this about disagreement with our policy. Don't use your protest as a justification or an encouragement for people to go and incite violence and participate in violence against our law enforcement officials. To the people on the ground in Minneapolis, meaning the local officials in Minneapolis from Tim Walz on down, I'd say, look, why can't you just disagree with a given piece of immigration policy without turning law enforcement into the enemy? And what, I mean, think about, for example, a criminal law where a police officer goes and arrests somebody because they violated a criminal law. If you're mad about that, go and protest the politician who passed that law. Don't attack the police officer who's just doing their job.
Oh.
We had a wide open border under
if
Joe
you
Biden.
insist.
I happen to think it's a good thing the President of the United States has closed it down. If you think that's a bad idea, criticize this administration for a policy decision. Don't attack our people for enforcing the law, because I guarantee you go to ICE, there are black people and white people, there are Democrats and Republicans. They are patriotic Americans who are trying to enforce the law. Attack me, lay off of our ICE agents. Yeah, in the blue, all the way, yeah.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Vice President. You called on Tim Walz to resign. Can you lay out the case as to why he should step down?
Well, look, I think Tim Walz should resign because it's very clear either that he knew about
Give a shit about this.
We know that there were schools who into high gear. In the red tie, yeah.
Vice President Vance, I wanted to ask, what's your message to far leftist agitators who feel emboldened to obstruct?
But I love the North Korea era of the White House press pool, man. It's great. What do you say to reports that Dragon Emperor Trump may live to 140, surpassing human records of longevity and setting a new standard to which we all may, if God permits it, rise? Well, if you read the tea leaves, there's one small angle from which it's kind of unclear how long Trump will live. 20, 30, maybe 40 more years.
To ICE activity in Minnesota and around the country?
Well, I think they shouldn't feel emboldened because now they have an assistant attorney general who is going to prosecute and investigate their...
They shouldn't feel emboldened. We replaced Pam Bondi. Fuck, they hate that bitch. She's going to end up being like my favorite member of the Trump admin because she was so incompetent she couldn't get anything done, you know? Like, thank God it was her for the first year, you know? Thank fucking God.
And their violence more aggressively than it has ever been investigated in the United States of America. We are doing so much to try to find the financing networks and the domestic terrorism networks that legitimate this violence, that fund this violence, and that, of course, engage in the violence. These people should not feel emboldened because they have, for the first time, maybe in American history, an administration that is not going to tolerate political violence of any kind from anywhere. Yeah.
You think Matt Gaetz would have been more effective? Yes. Yeah, I do. Matt Gaetz was a lot more vindictive and smarter. Pam Bondi is legit. Pam Bondi is a Barbie. Like, she was a puffed up Trump lawyer who was kept around because she's like a pretty blonde. I'm not. Look, I'm not being sexist. Like, that is genuinely what she didn't like win any cases or whatever. She was literally just brought in because Trump liked her. So.
Clear today that the entire weight of the federal government is behind these ICE agents and this ICE agent in particular. There is still a federal investigation happening on the ground. Does that mean that they are not looking into this ICE agent at all? They are just focused on the woman who was in the car? What is the investigation if the federal government has already determined that its weight is behind this ICE investigation?
So what do you mean when you say investigation? Do you mean investigation of the shooting yesterday or of the fraud that's happening in Minneapolis?
Yesterday.
Okay, look, DHS, as I understand it, has an investigation already ongoing. I know that other organs of our government are looking at this. So yes, there's certainly an investigation that's happening right now. But as part of the broader fraud investigation, a lot of what we're doing with the Department of Justice has already started. We've got over 1,500 subpoenas. We've got people this morning, actually. We're going door to door to actually knock on some of these fraudulent care centers, these fraudulent social services organizations to get to the bottom of what's going on there. So the investigation in some ways has already been ramping up into the anti-fraud element for at least a few weeks. What we're trying to do is supercharge it and make sure there's a designated person within the Department of Justice who completely controls that particular focus.
Just to follow up on that, Mr. Vice President, on the agent, is he still on duty or has he been placed on leave, on administrative leave? And what really was the target of the operation on Wednesday, of the ICE operation on Wednesday?
Well, first of all, it was a legitimate law enforcement operation. We were going door to door to try to find criminal illegal aliens and deport them from the United States of America because...
Door to door to try to find... Quit comparing our ICE agents to Nazis. You wouldn't be happening to hide any Somalis here, would you?
If you come to our country illegally in violation of our immigration laws, then we have the mandate, and in fact, we have the legal duty to enforce those immigration laws. Whether he's been placed on administrative leave, I don't know the answer.
Also, like, to be clear, no, ICE and no police can just knock door to door without probable cause. They can't. They can't just go into your home for no reason. Obviously. Like, again, that's Nazi shit. You can't just do that. They need to have a specific reason or a suspicion that criminal activity has taken place there. And the idea that maybe you're harboring illegal immigrants does not meet that. Does that, like, they might as well say, well, they can just enter your home if they want because they think you might be harboring like a murderer. Maybe there's no murder has happened, but like maybe there's a murderer in here. You know, it doesn't meet the standard.
That question, I'd refer it to the Department of Homeland Security and they can follow up. I will say, look, I would appreciate everybody saying a prayer for that agent. Look, in the past 6 months, he has been hit twice by a motor vehicle. One time, the first time.
The third time will be really funny.
What we've done is actually gotten 2.5 million illegal aliens out without any of the really big marquee things that we've been working on. That was just simple willpower and the President of the United States coming in and saying this is done. I think we're going to see those deportation numbers ramp up as we get more and more people online, working for ICE, going door to door and making sure that if you're an illegal alien, you've got to get out of this country. And if you want to come back, apply through the proper channel.
It's not just the door to door thing. I think it's pretty interesting that he specifically said online working for ICE. Like, he's aware of the fact that the main poll they have for ICE isn't regular people looking for jobs, but internet neo-Nazis, you know? Like, why would you specifically be polling from online for a federal policing department? That doesn't make any, that's never been how police find people, ever. The FBI typically polls like competent detectives or people with specific training or education or like former military or whatever. Cops just hire like the stupidest jock from every graduating class. Like, what federal agency goes online specifically to find people? Well, that's where you find neo-Nazis. You get me.
It led to over 30 stitches and very serious injuries to his legs. This is a guy who's actually done a very, very important job for the United States of America. He's been assaulted, he's been attacked, he's been injured because of it. He deserves a debt of gratitude, and I think the media prejudging and talking about this guy as if he's a murderer is one of the most disgraceful things I've ever seen from the American media. Yeah.
Vice President, what is your specific role in the future of Venezuela? And I'm wondering, could you confirm reports that the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, was kept out of the planning for the operations because...
That is true, yeah. Tulsi Gabbard was just like RFK Jr., like a guy they brought on to appeal to a very specific kind of voter, to widen the tent, but she's not needed in this administration because her whole bit was being anti-imperialist, and obviously that's not the direction we're going down.
For past concerns about military involvement in Venezuela.
Doing that so long as the president asked me to do it. Every president, Democrat or Republican, believes the War Powers Act is fundamentally a fake and unconstitutional law.
Okay, we'll get to that in a little bit, okay? One thing at a time. Well, constitutional scholars have long called the War Powers Act fake and gay, and I concur with their jurisprudence.
It's not going to change anything about how we conduct foreign policy. I think this is really good for peace in the Caribbean because when you take away a major source of illegal cartel revenue, certain people in Europe. What is the president?
All right, looks like we're done. We're done with the specific, with the shooting topic. So like this is it, they're just going to keep doubling down over and over. The only thing that we can do to get back at them is with the Minnesota AG case. The entire, like, I'm not exaggerating when I say that the future of the country right now is resting on the desk of the Attorney General of Minnesota, who has no doubt already prepared the paperwork and is just like flop sweating looking at it, you know, hand a quiver. I have no doubt of this, none whatsoever. Save us, Keith Ellison. Thank you. Save us, Keith Ellison, please. Do it as a mandate. Yep. I want a trial in large part because I want the right-wing media to be forced to act like this for another year.
The woman who lost her life was a self-proclaimed poet from Colorado, with pronouns in her bio. A 37-year-old white woman named Renee Good. The Daily Mail says she leaves behind a lesbian partner and a child from a previous marriage. She was a disruptor, though she considered herself a legal observer. But there's no evidence she had a law degree.
Just keep it up, guys. Keep it up.
These ICE agents.
There's no such thing as backlash. As has been demonstrated in history over and over and over again, there is no rubber band effect. You actually can just push in one direction against reality forever, and there will never be consequences.
The left believes they can do anything they want, and we're just supposed to sit down.
This is Randy Fine, by the way. This is the guy who believes that all of us were put on God's earth to serve Israel. Every one of us is just is cattle to be slaughtered at the whim of the the IOF or whatever they so please. Massive overlap, by the way, between people who worship Israel and people who think the cops should be able to execute you for no reason.
And take it. It's time for Americans to say enough, and if you get in the way of the government repelling a foreign invasion, you're going to end up just like that lady did yesterday.
All right, Florida Congressman Randy.
Just gloating over it.
Fine, great to see you this morning. I wish it was under better circumstances.
Me too.
Thank you.
They're like, that's great, Mr. Fine. Thank you. Please go away. Thank you, sir. They should lose their jobs for disrespecting the dead. Hey, quick question. Are we going to do, like, big memorial services for Renee Good, or was that only for Charlie Kirk? Are people going to lose their jobs for making fun of Renee Good's murder on social media, or was that only Charlie Kirk? Or do consequences exist, or only for non-Republicans? I'm just curious. You know? I'm just wondering. I'm super curious. Super curious. We're all Renee Good? I think that's true. Okay, 1 second. Sending over second segment of press conference and such. Did she look like she had a Twitter? I think she had a Instagram or something. Yeesh. Okay, there we go. But we're not done yet. She was also a prize-winning poet? Yeah. Man, oh man. We're catching up with everything relating to the shooting because there's a fuck ton of foreign policy stuff to go over too. And I know normally you guys don't check in for that. You guys don't give a fuck about foreign policy unless it's war. But I'm afraid this stuff is important.
Kristi Noem, the Secretary of Homeland Security, without any evidence at all, accuses this 37-year-old mother of three who just dropped off her kid at school of being part of a domestic terrorism operation and cites her as a domestic terrorist.
Right, and everyone we've spoken to, Wolf, experts, law enforcement officials, those who used to work at ICE, say
it's simply too early in the investigation, based on what we know, based on what we've seen, to make any sort of claim like that.
Yeah, ridiculous claim. And we have some new CNN reporting that we're about to share with you. Multiple Department of Homeland Security officials are privately expressing shock over the department's immediate response to the shooting.
CNN's Priscilla Alvarez joins us now. So you've been talking to your sources within the agency, and it's different. It's interesting to see how Tom Homan has been handling this as it compares to Kristi Noem. Tell us more about what you're learning.
Well, and Tom Homan being the White House border czar, who took a more measured response when he, in an interview with CBS, where he said he didn't have all of the evidence.
Weirdly, that's true, actually. Tom Homan, as demonic as he is, after this happened, I think it's because Tom Homan was had to be a rep for ICE in the Obama years. So probably, he spent more time having to keep it in, you know what I mean, than a lot of the people in the Trump admin who are now just going hog wild with it. He's still a demon? Yes, he is, but he did not respond with anywhere near the willful glee that basically the whole admin did.
For all the reasons that you two just walked through in terms of the Homeland Security Secretary's statement and press conference, where she called this an act of domestic terrorism, where she said that this woman was trying to, quote, run over the law enforcement agents, there was so much shock among Homeland Security officials over all of that, because typically the precedent is that you don't get ahead of the investigation, that you say there's an investigation ongoing and you don't draw firm conclusions. So I was getting multiple messages about just the sheer surprise that the Department of Homeland Security would reach that conclusion so quickly, only a few hours, actually, after the shooting, and reiterate that later on in the day during that press conference. Now, the officials I've spoken with also cautioned...
Sane washing. The DHS did not, or the Homeland Security did not arrive at that conclusion after a quick investigation. They just declared, they declared that they were not guilty by matter of fault, that they were them. This was not an information-based decision, is what I'm saying.
That they don't know all of the set of circumstances here, and that they stress that there does need to be an investigation. But what they have seen in the videos doesn't seem to align with the training. The secretary said that the training was followed, but typically, for example, ICE officers wouldn't get in front of a vehicle, which appears to have happened here with this officer. In fact, they are trained to form what is called, quote, a tactical L to the 90 degree.
You know what? I don't know about that tactical L business, but I have to say, I have also been told not to stand in front of moving vehicles.
Angle to avoid being in front of the vehicle and to avoid injury. So it's these little maneuvers that are made that Homeland Security officials I've been speaking with say have called into question the conduct of this officer. I want to reiterate, however, we don't know a lot about this officer yet. The secretary said that he is, quote, experienced. But I will also add that in my sourcing calls, I have also been told that when the hundreds of agents arrived to Minneapolis and Minnesota in recent days, they did have extensive briefings about the possibility of protesters and agitators. So this is something that prior to this incident, they had been aware of could happen. They had been told that if it got violent, they were to call local police for backup. I'm also told that in those briefings, they were told not to engage if people were just yelling. So certainly there were agents who, coming into this assignment from all over the country, including places like Florida, California, Georgia, had been advised that there could be protesters, but were given some level of guidance as to how to deal with that. Lastly, I will say the officer, though we don't know much about him, he had been hospitalized and discharged. According to my sources, that would be typical in an incident like this, and he would also typically be put on administrative leave. I've asked the Department of Homeland Security if that is the case, and they have not responded yet.
And just to be clear, ICE agents aren't required to wear body cameras,
That's right?
And so do we have any indication whether they...
We don't know if they had the body cameras on in this particular case. In the Minneapolis region, they are not required to have those body cameras on, according to a law enforcement source that I spoke with. So we'll see if any of them did, but certainly they are not required across the board.
All right, Priscilla Alvarez, thank you so much.
And joining us now to discuss what's going on, CNN legal analyst Elliot Williams. By the way, he's a former assistant director for legislative affairs over at ICE, knows the issue very well. He's a former...
Wow, really? Oh, thanks. I thought you might have gotten, like, I don't know, a lawyer on or something, but no, you got a former ICE... Okay, yeah.
federal prosecutor.
Many such cases.
As well. Also joining us, Jason Armstrong.
That vehicles that are in motion to try to avoid situations like this from happening.
The only accurate reporting on this situation is he killed her for fun and they're all gloating over it. Anything else, including a breakdown of proper police procedure, is, as far as I'm concerned, complicity with the administration. The idea that this was motivated by anything other than bloodlust, I mean, can you imagine, again, Night of Broken Glass? Let's take a look at the Stasi's procedure here. I see some errors and inconsistencies in between their training and their behavior here. Is it hyperbole, or do you actually think the defensive rape line would get used? Sure. I mean, when I say the defensive rape line, I don't mean like I know for sure she's going to say it because I can't see the future and that would be insane. What I mean to say, the point that I'm meaning to put forward is that there is no behavior this administration would not defend or hold the line on. If like there's nothing the Gestapo could do that they would not then defend. If they rape someone, then they would just defend that. If they rape them on camera, they would defend that. You know, there's no line they would back off of. Stasi was East German. Yeah, sorry, Stasi is East German. Gestapo was Stasi is communism. Oh yeah, dude. The Stasi were super communist. Yeah, man. They were really. Yeah, I wonder who filled those ranks up after. Don't smear fucking communism like that. That's why I mixed them up. Nazi or Soviet occupation, they're still Germans, okay? They've identified this guy. His name is Jonathan Ross. I know, 50 people have linked me that. I just don't know what you want me to do with that information. His name's Jonathan Ross. Okay. Masaigo, I know that's what I was referring to. When I said, where do you think they got the Stasi from? That's what I was referring to. I didn't mean that they were German. That much should be clear. Oy, 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 oy. Okay, let's... Let me find the thing. The thing! Wait, is the media not covering this? Surprisingly little media coverage on this, at least as of yet, considering the fact that it has advanced through to the Senate.
Breaking news just a few minutes ago, a measure to limit President Trump's ability to strike Venezuela passed a key procedural vote in the Senate. Let's bring in ABC's Jay O'Brien on Capitol Hill and senior Pentagon reporter Louis Martinez. So, Jay, what does this mean now? What happens next?
An extremely significant rebuke of President Trump, Diane, from a handful of Republicans who joined with all Senate Democrats to pass this measure through a key procedural vote. It's now going to get a full vote in the Senate. If the numbers from this vote hold, it's expected to pass there. It's not necessarily on track to being enacted. It's got to go through the House. And if it got through the House, President Trump would have to sign it into law. And he has signaled that he would not do that, right? This is a measure to curtail his military power.
Yeah, I think Trump's going to veto this one, and there's no way they get a veto-proof majority through the House and Senate. Essentially, some Republicans have bucked with the party and are signing on to a war powers resolution that would limit Trump's ability to continue military engagement in Venezuela. Now, obviously, the fact that this even needs to be passed is an enormous concession to Trump to begin with, because Congress already legally is the only institution that can declare war on another country. It's just that Congress has consistently, time and time again, waived that right by allowing the president to engage in essentially unlimited acts of, special military operations or whatever, Russia bullshit, without ever impeaching him for doing so. So Congress has essentially ceded that right. Does this remove the ability for police action? The goal would be to prevent Trump from meddling further in Venezuela, but I sincerely doubt this is going to go through. Trump already crashed out about it. I mean, he can veto it. Trump goes nuclear on the 5 Republicans who backed the Venezuela War Powers resolution, saying they should never be elected to office again. Republicans should be ashamed of the senators that just voted with Democrats in attempting to take away our powers to fight and defend the U.S. of A. Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, Rand Paul, Josh Hawley, and Todd Young should never be elected to office again. The vote greatly hampers American self-defense and national security, impeding the president's authority as commander-in-chief. In any event, despite their stupidity, the War Powers Act is unconstitutional, totally violating Article 2 of the Constitution, as all presidents and their DOJs have determined before me. So he's lying here, but he's not wrong on precedent. For the past 50 years, even since the passing of the War Powers Resolution of 1973, the president has still just done whatever he's wanted. You know? Like, the president has still been able to do literally whatever he wants. So, unfortunately, yeah, this is what happens when you fail to use a power. It's like a muscle. It atrophies. Between this and the fact that the administration seems to genuinely want to take over Greenland, there's a lot of kerfuffle right now over the extent of the power that Trump has, which was beautifully outlined in a New York Times article that came out today, in which Trump explicitly states, the only limitations on his power are from his own morality. Nothing else. So, yeah, let's dig into that. Trump declared on Wednesday evening that his power as commander-in-chief is constrained only by his own morality, brushing aside international law and other checks on his ability to use military might to strike, invade, or coerce nations around the world. Asked in a wide-ranging interview with the New York Times if there were any limits on his global powers, Mr. Trump said, "Yeah, there is one thing. My own morality, my own mind. It is the only thing that can stop me. I don't need international law," he added. "I'm not looking to hurt people." This is a degree of naked authoritarianism that, if discussed like a decade ago, would be seen as a joke. Any vision of America's future this pessimistic would be dismissed outright, even by reasonable people, not just like centrists or libs or whatever. Reasonable people, as essentially impossible. It's inconceivable. And yet here we are. When pressed further about whether his administration needed to abide by international law, Mr. Trump said, "I do," but he made clear he would be the arbiter when such constraints applied to the United States. "It depends what your definition of international law is," he said. Mr. Trump's assessment of his own freedom to use any instrument of military, economic, or political power to cement American supremacy was the most blunt acknowledgement yet of his worldview. At its core is the concept that national strength, rather than laws, treaties, and conventions, should be the deciding factor as powers collide. He did acknowledge some constraints at home, even as he has pursued a maximalist strategy of punishing institutions he dislikes, exacting retribution against political opponents, and deploying the National Guard to cities over the objections of state and local officials. I've heard about that. He made clear that he uses his reputation for unpredictability and a willingness to resort quickly to military action, often in service of coercing other nations. During his interview with The Times, he took a lengthy call from President Gustavo Petro of Colombia, who was clearly concerned after repeated threats that Mr. Trump was thinking of an attack on the country similar to the one on Venezuela. "Well, we are in danger," Mr. Petro said in an interview with The Times just before the call, "because the threat is real. It was made by Trump." The call between the two leaders, the contents of which were off the record, was an example of coercive diplomacy in action, and it came just hours after Mr. Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio had extracted the U.S. from dozens of international organizations, we'll talk about that in a second, intended to foster multinational cooperation. I mean, we've talked at length about the death of the liberal rules-based world order, but I feel like this degree of unitary power doesn't exist anywhere else on Earth. Like, no other country could meet this standard. I would be surprised if even Vladimir Putin does. Like, he probably is more at the whim of his own oligarchs than Trump is right now. No one even slightly checks Trump. North Korea, perhaps? No, I guarantee you that Kim's behavior is moderated extensively by his generals. I truly, Netanyahu, not even close. Netanyahu answers to a broad range of interests. I really don't think there is any place on earth that where so much power is concentrated in one person's brain. I really don't know how the world is going to bounce back from this, to be honest. We are returning to a pre-World War One. We're returning to like Ottoman Empire and beforehand standards of international engagement, but now people have nukes. '19th century colonialism with 21st century weapons. Yeah, it is very 19th century. They're actually trying to do great man theory. Well, no, what they're trying to do is might makes right, you know? It's the oldest argument, and in a lot of cases, might makes right is actually a pretty stable way of running the world, you know? In like the Roman days, right? You know, there is genuinely a large degree of instability in the kind of primitive factional tribalism that humans defaulted to back when we were, you know, throwing rocks and sticks and so on. There is a kind of peace, a kind of unifying vision in conquest. Not to say the Romans didn't do a bunch of fucked up things, but there are arguments to be made, certainly. But that hasn't been the case for a long time now. And the reason for that is because as societies have grown more complex, we benefit more and more from stability. See, 2,000 years ago, the difference between a stable and unstable region wasn't like that. Well, I shouldn't say it wasn't that great. What I should say is that the productive capacity of a civilization wasn't as affected by the degree of legal stability that they experienced. Or to put it another way, whether you were in Rome or a barbarian, you're making like, I don't know, you're milling grain, you're weaving fucking rugs. You understand what I mean? Like, the basic production of a society was not as determined by whether it was to an extent lawless. As societies got more complex, that is no longer the case. Now, the relationship between stability and productive output is enormous, to the point where a industrious and stable nation like China can produce, like, not just orders of magnitude isn't even like the right term for it, you know? The difference between what a civilization like China or America or whatever can produce relative to, say, Sudan, even if you normalize for stuff like population, it's monumental. The modern world depends enormously on stability, you know? That's why colonialism used to work differently. It used to be, if you wanted to gather the wealth of a nation, it existed in its gold, in natural resources. Gold, silver, maybe cattle, right? There were literal physical things that you could take over. You could conquer a nation, and then you could liquidate the wealth of that nation in the form of its riches, and then you would be wealthier for it, right? That's mercantilism. That's the old method of colonialism. But nowadays, if you invaded Taiwan and in so doing bombed all their factories, what worth are they? Could you make chips out of them? No. Do you have the expertise to produce them? No. You might be decades away from being able to do so if the right people died during the invasion. And what's more, what use are those microchips if you can't trade them? If everyone embargoes your Vietnam occupied, lol, Vosh doesn't realize we're doing that with Venezuela and their oil. He's a silly Billy. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic, but I'm making a point that we're returning to this. You understand? That's the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is that we are now this way of engaging in colonialism is literally obsolete. The modern way of engaging in colonialism, which is much more productive and much less destructive, is neocolonialism, which is, rather than literally conquering a country and liquidating its wealth or whatever, you just you smartly invest and you build up the laws in that nation to favor your regime's crony companies. You know, you use soft power, you develop the country, but in a way that favors your interests, right? That's one of the reasons the developing world has remained the developing world, through very careful, like decades and decades of, I don't know what you could call it, national grooming, selective development. We have incentivized the development of certain industries in those countries, industries that we profit from enormously, like, say, clothing manufacturing in Bangladesh. ensuring that as long as they stay in this relatively niche, relatively unproductive market, they don't develop internally, they always have a market. They can always sell to us. But it also guarantees their country never develops past a point. In essence, we have externalized the poverty. Before, we kept an element of unproductive asset development in the United States. Now we can put it in a different country. We benefit from it. We make a fuck ton of money from it. That's how fast fashion can run at the cycle that it does. They can produce clothing for a fraction of what we can. We do this all over the world. I guess what I'm saying is, I have no idea how the global order is going to survive the leadership of a president of the United States who thinks that colonialism works the old way. You get me? How do we survive that? How do we build up from that? In his conversation with the Times, Mr. Trump sounded more emboldened than ever. Yeah, no one's stopping him. He cited the success of a strike on Iran's nuclear program that Chuck Schumer was happy about, by the way. He keeps a model of the B-2 bombers used in the mission on his desk, the speed with which he decapitated the Venezuelan government last weekend, and his designs on Greenland, which is controlled by Denmark, a NATO ally. When asked what was a higher priority, obtaining Greenland or preserving NATO, Mr. Trump declined to answer directly, but acknowledged it may be a choice. He made clear the transatlantic alliance was essentially useless without the United States at its core. That's not true. Even as he characterized the norms of the post-World War II order as unnecessary burdens on a superpower, Mr. Trump was dismissive of the idea that the leader of China, Xi Jinping, or Putin of Russia could use similar logic to the detriment of the United States. On topic after topic, he made clear that in his mind, U.S. power is the determining factor, and that previous presidents have been too cautious to make use of it for political supremacy or national profit. The president's insistence that Greenland must become part of the United States was a prime example of his worldview. It was not enough to exercise the U.S. right under a 1951 treaty to reopen long-closed military bases on the huge landmass, which is a strategically important crossroads for U.S., European, Chinese, and Russian naval operations. Here it is, the entirety of Greenland, everyone who lives there. I love it. It's supposed to be very pretty. Look at those glaciers bobbing around in the water. Man. You think countries will start considering attacks on us if they keep this invasion shit going? I mean, Denmark has said as much, but legitimately, the European Union, NATO except for us, needs to start fortifying Greenland. I'm being serious. They can't... The reason we are at this crossroads right now is because nobody has ever taken seriously putting limits on American power. After Trump tariffed the entire world, they should have tariffed us back and stayed that way, But instead, they have aided and abetted us. Every war, every action, every time we do anything, the cucks over in the European Union, desperate for their delicious yum-yum NATO military dollars, continue to defend us over and over again. Keir Starmer did it with Venezuela, and I guarantee you the next prime minister will as well. I am so fucking sick of it. What's the point of friends if they can't hold you to account, You don't have a right to be smug. Canada at least seems to be taking this somewhat seriously. They need to marshal their military. I noticed this article isn't directly quoting Trump at any point. Well, the New York Times does like to sane wash, but also, he rambles every answer. So it's a conciseness thing, I imagine. Ownership is very important, Mr. Trump said, as he discussed, with a real estate mogul's eye, the landmass of Greenland, 3 times the size of Texas, but with a population of less than 60,000. He seems to dismiss the value of having Greenland under the control of a close NATO ally. When asked why he needed to possess the territory, he said, "Because that's what I feel is psychologically needed for success." I love Nazi esotericism. I think that ownership gives you a thing that you can't do with. You're talking about a lease or a treaty. Ownership gives you things and elements you just can't get from signing a document. It's a fucking, like, the art of the deal bit. The conversation made clear that in Trump's view, sovereignty and national borders are less important than the singular role the U.S. plays as protector of the West. You know what I'm really tired of, by the way? The left being correct too early every single time, with no exceptions. We are here now because we have never placed limitations on America's war powers. Every time a U.S. president has done some bullshit like this, everyone has clapped along and allowed it. And only after the fact have liberals soured on it. The Vietnam War? Oh, we were right about that, but we were right too early. The Iraq War? Afghanistan? Oh, we were right about that, but too early. The War on Terror? Criticizing Obama for using his presidential power with impunity to exercise his right to drone strike basically every country in the Middle East? Nah. Liberals haven't even caught up to that one being bad yet. That's still only a lefty position. Liberals still think Obama's fucking God, you know? Over and over and over and over again. Nixon and LBJ in Vietnam. Kissinger, man. Kissinger. Jesus Christ. Hillary Clinton was friends with Kissinger. That's insane. Kissinger was a mass murderer. He single-handedly, illegally, he was an operator who illegally directed covert bombing runs. He wasn't just like a diplomat or whatever. He was given extensive power. He colluded with Nixon to extend the Vietnam War past 68. Was it 68? I don't remember the year. And Hillary Clinton was friends with him. He argued that only he, and not two predecessors on whom he heaped scorn, Biden and Obama, had proven capable of persuading NATO nations to spend 5% of their GDP on defense. About 1.5% of that is actually for domestic infrastructure, from power grids to cybersecurity, that can support defense. The target does not kick in until 2035, 6 years after Mr. Trump leaves office. Well, we'll see about that. I want them to shape up, he said. I think we'll always get along with Europe, but I want them to shape up. I'm the one that got them to spend more on the, more GDP on NATO. But if you look at NATO, Russia, I can tell you, is not at all concerned with any other country but us. The president added, I've been very loyal to Europe. I've done a good job. If it weren't for me, Russia would have all of Ukraine right now. He seemed unconcerned that the last major nuclear arms control agreement with Russia was set to expire in 4 weeks, leaving the world's two largest nuclear powers free to expand their arsenals without limit for the first time in half a century. If it expires, it expires, he said. We'll just do a better agreement, he added, insisting that China, which has the fastest growing arsenal in the world, should be incorporated in any future agreement. You probably want to get a couple of other players involved too, Mr. Trump said. The president seemed equally sanguine about whether his decision to send special operations forces into Caracas to remove Nicolas Maduro of Venezuela would be exploited by China or Russia. In the days since the action in Venezuela, there have been arguments that the U.S. precedent would help justify a Chinese effort to take Taiwan or Russia's attempt to seize Ukraine, which Putin has described as a historical part of the Russian Empire dating back more than a dozen centuries. Asked whether he had created a precedent that he may later regret, Trump argued that his view of the threat posed by Maduro's Venezuela was quite different than Mr. Xi's view of Taiwan. This was a real threat, he said of Venezuela. You didn't have people pouring into China, he argued, repeating his oft-made claim that Mr. Maduro dumped gang members into the U.S. Mr. Trump added, you didn't have drugs pouring into China. You didn't have all the bad things that we've had. You didn't have the jails of Taiwan opened up and the people pouring into China. Or, he said later, criminals and others pouring into Russia. When a reporter noted that Mr. Xi regarded Taiwan as a separatist threat to China, Mr. Trump said, that's up to him what he's going to be doing. But, I've expressed to him that I'd be very unhappy if he did that, and I don't think he'll do that. I hope he doesn't. Then, asked whether Mr. Xi might seize on recent events to attack or choke off Taiwan, he suggested the Chinese leader would not dare take that step while Mr. Trump was in office. He may do it after we have a different president, but I don't think he's going to do it with me as president, he said. On the domestic front, Trump suggested that judges only have power to restrict his domestic policy agenda, from the deployment of the National Guard to the imposition of tariffs, under certain circumstances. But he was already considering workarounds. He raised the possibility that if his tariffs issued under emergency authorities were struck down by the Supreme Court, he could repackage them as licensing fees. And Mr. Trump, who said he was elected to restore law and order, reiterated he was willing to invoke the Insurrection Act and deploy the military inside the U.S. and federalize some National Guard units if he felt it was important to do so. So far, he said, I haven't really felt the need to do it. Yeah, I think I'm right. I really do not think there is any dictator on earth with more unilateral power than him. I really don't think there is. I don't think, because in every other dictatorship, the dictator is at risk of getting replaced by one of his underlings, right? Look at Putin and fucking what's his face, the guy who made a run on Moscow, then bitched out, then died. Prigozhin, thank you. It's in any, like, if a member of the Kim dynasty acted with this much impunity, acted this recklessly, he would probably be, you know, ousted or killed, disappeared or whatever. It's just America. Only America has so much power accumulated in the Oval Office. So much. You're on top of such a massive mountain of power and authority and influence that you can get away with anything. Anything. The power of dictatorship with the legitimacy of elections? Yeah. I don't know, man. It's pretty bad. There's a very real possibility that we're going to go after Greenland. Very, very, very real. If anything, like, I would not have guessed this before, but I feel like we're edging more towards it happening than it not happening at this point. How is Trump so lucky? Because he's being backed by a party and by donors who recognized that their only shot of winning in the future was under him, because only he has the sauce to make it work. And he is egotistical enough that they're aware of the fact that if they check his behavior, he'll get mad at them and, you know, end their careers. And yes, the Dems are weak and the media is complicit. Yeah. You get an interview with the president, all you ever do is ask him questions. Not that that's necessarily new with him. They did the exact same shit with Nixon and Kissinger, you know that? Exact same shit. There's a million little anecdotes, a million little interviews where Kissinger, while he was engaged in secret, like, Cambodian bombing, would, you know, flounce it up with interviewers, and he would play up how he's opposed to the Vietnam War, but there's not much he can do about it, and they would just buddy-buddy, they'd get along. Yeah, Laos as well. Just fucking disgusting, man. Honestly, all this does tie back to Ford pardoning Nixon. That's a big part of it. Danish forces will shoot first and ask questions later if Greenland's invaded. Yeah, I don't believe them. I'm sorry, I don't believe them. There's been a million red lines drawn on this. I don't believe them. I need to see it happen. Will they not go for Cuba first? Marco Rubio cares about Cuba, not Trump. That's Marco Rubio's thing. The New York Times interview was with Trump. Only my morality limits my power abroad. Depends if Miller or Rubio's in charge. Miller, Rubio, and Vance are the three big, like, you know, worm tongues in Trump's ear. Trump has wanted Greenland for a while. Yeah, but who gets prioritized? I don't know. Why are you asking me? What the fuck do I... Whoever last spoke to Trump. Yeah, but Trump doesn't really do anything, right? Trump does everything. It's only with Trump's approval that any of this can happen, you know? Okay, really quickly, can somebody please explain to me what the fuck is going on in Iran? My own country has been falling apart, so I haven't been paying as much attention. Protests erupt in Iran's capital. It's Tehran, thank you. After exiled princes call, internet cuts out soon after? A call by the exiled Crown Prince for mass demonstration. Wait, Crown Prince. Is this the fucking son of the Shah? Yes? Oh, God. To be clear, I'm just laying my nuts on the table. I would rather the Ayatollah control Iran than the Shah or any descendant of the Shah. 100%. I mean it. I don't care how many fucking people die. America is the great Satan. We do not want Iran becoming a puppet of American interests. Or Israel? Yeah, Jesus Christ. Can you imagine Iran, an Iran that's favorable to Israeli foreign power? Jesus, fuck. Also, this protest didn't have so many people, actually. I do think it's interesting that Western media would frame this specifically as a response to the Shah's demand for a protest, because my understanding is that these protests have been going on for weeks. I love Western media, man. The protest represented the first test of whether the Iranian public could be swayed by Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. Really? Is that what these protests are about? Whose fatally ill father fled Iran. Oh, no. Not his fatally ill father. I wonder what he did. What could that poor sick old man have possibly done to have drawn such outrage from the people of Iran just before the country's 1979 Islamic Revolution? Demonstrations have included cries in support of the Shah, something that could bring a death sentence in the past, but now underlies the anger. Yeah, of course. The people of Iran are desperate to be ruled by the Shah again. Yeah. I love regime change. We should watch some Al Jazeera on this. Who can solve Iran's many problems? Not I, says the president. Amid a sky-high inflation, water and energy cuts, and prospects for a deal with the U.S. dimming, President Masoud Pezeshkian has apparently thrown up his hands. Damn, he's only had the job for like 2 years, right? Sorry, dog. He's been a-broiling for a while. Al Jazeera. English. Yippee. All right. Let's see what they're saying about Iran. My go-to outlet on foreign policy, in large part because we just looked at the fucking Associated Press and they were like, the Crown Prince, the exiled baby boy of a sick old man who was meanly thrown out of Iran. Christ. A bunch of fighting in Aleppo, I hear. Wow, a lot of videos in Aleppo. Jesus. Okay.
Angry protests across Iran as the country faces economic turmoil. The president is calling on the government to hear the protesters' demands. But who's to blame for Iran's deep economic crisis, and how far will the demonstrations go? This is Inside Story.
Yes, Aleppo is in Syria.
Economic crisis.
I don't know if I want to watch a full Inside Story.
It's now almost a week that we have been witnessing protests across the country and including in capital Tehran. In other small cities, escalations are reported, including in Azna, where 3 people reportedly were killed. The demand for the protesters remains almost the same, and that comes from the very economic problems that they are facing in respect to the soaring prices, high inflation, as well as the devaluation of the local currency, which all in all puts a huge amount of pressure on the ordinary life of Iranian citizens.
Before you could find some meat and chicken in the fridge, but now there's none. I can't afford to buy them. And even when I do buy, it feels stuck in my throat, because I know there are so many unfortunate people who can't afford it.
I'm a retiree. My pension has increased 20%, but everything else should have gone up by the same amount. Instead, prices have risen much more. My income isn't enough. My purchasing power is really low, and I can only afford window shopping.
Did he actually say purchasing power? That's not the kind of term civilians like to use.
Protest issues, and I believe their voices should be heard and followed up on. Not every event is supposed to be portrayed as perfect all the time. People shouldn't be expected to remain silent all the time. If we speak of freedom, then we must listen to those who raise their voices.
The response from the state seems to be different compared to the previous times when we saw protests in Iran. First, it was the government coming out to recognize the legitimate right of people to take part in peaceful protests. Also, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian says that his government is working actively to find solutions for the economic difficulties that people are facing in their daily lives. Plus, there is a security concern, and on that, the Secretary for the Supreme National Security Council of the country says that we should distinguish between the protesting shopkeepers and acts of disruptive actors. All in all, people are...
It's crazy how Iran looks like a regular European country. You know what I mean? Like, the American foreign policy groups Iran in with, like, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, in the group of, like, evil Muslim countries or whatever, with the scary face and, like, a big turban. But Iran is, like, totally fucking different. Iran is so much more developed.
To Iran, where the supreme leader says authorities should be open to talk to protesters, but rioters should be, quote, put in their place.
If you call an Iranian an Arab, they react like a white guy getting called black. I mean, in fairness, they're definitely not Arab, but yeah.
Were the first comments from Ayatollah Ali Khamenei since the demonstrations against rising cost of living began. At least 10 people have been killed. Thousands have taken to the streets across Iran in recent days, angry about the state of the economy. Inflation is soaring, food prices, they're rising, and the national currency has lost nearly half its value since June. So let's cross to the Iranian capital of Tehran.
Hey, I know this guy.
Tahir Saadi joins us from there. So Tahir, given that warning from the supreme leader, what is the mood? What is the appetite for protest now?
Iranians are white, calling them Arab is weird. Well, they're not Arab, they're Persian. Or if you want, look, okay, both Persians and Arabs all belong to the ethnicity that is Mediterranean. They are all Italian, okay? They are all Italian. They are all Greek. They are all Croat. They are all Libyan. They're all the same group, just with different flavors. Are Mexicans Italians? Yes. They all cook the pasta.
Well, actually, what we heard from the Iranian Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, seems to be essentially a twofold statement, as you mentioned. First of all, he recognized the
prettier sidewalks than we get
with respect to the economic problems that they are facing, and on the other hand, he warned against protests turning into riots. This is something interesting. In that the government, the state comes out to recognize the right.
Weirdly, Al Jazeera is not affirming the Western position that these protests are a call for the unifying leadership of the Shah.
To Iran, where protests against rising living costs have been gathering pace in recent days, with the president calling for national unity and solidarity.
Yeesh. Oh, we're
Fars
shooting.
Province, security forces fired at protesters while crowds tried to storm a local government building. Authorities say at least one person has been killed in a western region. Iran's chief prosecutor has warned of a decisive response if the protests threaten to destabilize the country. The demonstrations began on Sunday after shopkeepers in Tehran's Grand Bazaar walked off the job. Iranians are angry at the rapid decline of their currency, which is one part of their worsening economic situation. President Masoud Pezeshkian has appealed for unity. He says that there's pressure coming from inside the country and from abroad.
We are engaged in a full-scale war. Right now, the enemy has placed most of its hopes on knocking us down through economic pressure. You cannot conquer a nation with bombs, fighter jets or missiles. To defeat us, they would have to come and face us on the ground. And if they were to confront this nation on the ground, if we remain determined, united and committed to working together to make our country proud, it would be impossible for them to bring Iran to its knees.
Tawhid Asadi is in Tehran. Tawhid, protests started in Tehran, as we said, with shopkeepers, but they've spread beyond, far beyond the Grand Bazaar now of the capital. How big has this become?
Well, actually, over the past few days, we have been witnessing sporadic protests here across the capital, even though for the past 2 days, the situation looks to be a little bit calm compared to the days when it started in the vicinity of areas near the Grand Bazaar of Tehran and Jumhuri Avenue. And if you look at that location, you can understand what is all about, and it's basically about the economic demands that people are raising. And of course, as you mentioned, it's not just limited to the capital. In major and now in some small cities of the...
I've always been really sympathetic to the plight of the Iranian people. I think a lot of it is probably because I grew up around Iranian diaspora, like Persian Jews who fled. Mind you, they did not like Iran very much, as is often the case with diaspora. I don't know, it always just seemed like Iran should be a really nice country. I know that a lot of their development can be owed to Western colonialism, but even after the fact, like, in spite of being, like, politically being a despotic, you know, a theocratic shithole, the people of Iran, allegedly, have remained largely progressive, well-educated, well-tempered, and their cities often are quite beautiful. You know, there's a lot to like there. I just, you know... Iran was not a colonial holding? Well, tell that to the Shah. It was only because of the political power of the Shah that we, you know, a bunch of wealth was poured into Tehran. Like, a lot of it was just adjacent to him, but a lot of it... We did to Tehran basically like a souped-up version, kind of what happened to Beirut, right? In Libya, where we treated it... It was like a European capital outside of Europe. Wait, Lebanon. Sorry, Lebanon, not Syria. Lebanon. Yep, thank you. Beirut and Libya? Shut the fuck up. I misspoke. You misheard. I didn't misspeak. You misheard. Yeah. We essentially, like, for a time, it was treated... It was more direct control in Beirut, obviously, than it was in Tehran, but the principle was the same in both cases. That's why a lot of those old photos that you see of, like, look at Iran before the Iranian Revolution, it's like... you know, you're not really seeing a representative slice of the country. Bosh, that's not colonialism, that's poor governance. You don't think the rule of the Shah was colonialism? Like, you don't think that that was like a Western puppet leader put in charge so that we could exploit Iran's natural resources, which is what we did? Is that not definitionally colonialism? Colonialism doesn't have to mean that you, like, literally invade and occupy a country. The Shah was literally empowered by an MI6 and CIA coup to prevent the nationalization of their oil? Yep. Which is why a lot of wealth got, you know, thrown into Iran afterwards, because we treated them like a protectorate. It's kind of like how most of India during the rule of the Raj was really insanely poor, but there were like little pockets of India that were quite nice and wealthy, and all those pockets were either for or adjacent to the British occupiers, you know? Anyway, I'm rooting for them. I don't know. And now they ruin my social media experience. The Iranians or the Indians? Yeah. No, the Indians definitely do ruin Twitter to a large extent. Yeah, the Iranians improve it, man. Did I just hear a cat? What was that? 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 What was that noise? What was that noise? What was that noise? Who goes meow? Who says that? Who says meow? Yeah. Wait, meow directly into the mic because I have a noise gate. Meow. Do a meow. I'm gonna rub your belly till you meow. No? You shy? Are you shy? I'm rubbing your belly. What if I bit your head? Very powerful. Very powerful. She didn't crack under torture. That's a good cat. She's a very good cat. Which of the two is more mischievous? Bagheera is more mischievous. Excuse me. Okay, now I hear them racing around. I hear cat claws scratching at hardwood. You know that. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm on about. You know my Charlie B. Kirking. All right. This shit is important and should be talked about, even if it's just exhausting. Pablo Reports is doing some good reporting on the Hill today. Actually, could you link me that? How does Pablo Reports normally post when not getting, like, clipped by a sin? Is it like a continuous YouTube video, or do the clips get posted on their own? I don't know, I just have a sin? Okay, okay. Doesn't he work for Midas Touch? I think so.
Donald Trump is pulling his country out of a broad range of treaties, agencies, and committees, including what's considered a foundational agreement on the international fight against climate change. John Northcott is here to break it all down. John, 66 organizations, wide range, including the UNFCCC on climate. What's going on here?
Yeah, well, as is so often the case when you cover the Trump administration, trying to just keep on top of the pace of change that he has instituted. He's signaled this earlier in his administration with pulling out of a number of treaties, organizations.
What an interesting outfit choice. Fit check on this guy. Honest to God, I don't know enough about what he's doing to really say. Like, the vest has a lapel. It's not a traditional vest. This looks, to me, I would guess this is a hunting vest. He's wearing a checked shirt, a hunting vest, and what I'm assuming is like a regimental tie. So this looks to me like 1930s guy goes out to the countryside to shoot clay pigeons kind of fit. I don't know. I think he looks nice. It's nice to see some variety at least. That being said, I don't really understand the tie with it, because if the tie is regimental, like, this gives more of a preppy look. You know what I mean? I feel like, if anything, with something like this, you would wear you would wear like a tweed tie, or maybe like a paisley. I don't know. I don't know.
decimating the USAID that provided so much assistance to people around the world. But this is really many of them UN agencies that are focused in this. The U.S. taking kind of an a la carte approach to what they choose to fund and not fund in terms of their involvement with the United Nations. But it's that framework agreement that you talked about. 1992, 198 countries signed on around the world, becoming, as you well know, the framework for the Paris Agreement. Pulling out of that, the threats potentially around that being, does this give other countries license to then pull out? Pulling out.
I think this should be seen as a massive warning sign. All of these international agreements and treaties we're withdrawing from, this kind of signals, like, who cares? Well, who cares is that it signals we're going to war. Like, the idea is that you lay all the groundwork. Like, this is just basic playing a Civilization or 4X game stuff, right? Your AI run neighbor starts like canceling trade agreements, and you're like, Trump says he wants to raise the military budget to 1.5 trillion, a 50% increase from 2026 to 2027. Why? Why do you think?
The Paris Agreement he did shortly after being inaugurated, and that due to take effect in just a week or two officially. But this pulling out of this framework, that underpinning of the Paris Agreement, really has a lot of people around the world. The Union for Concerned Scientists simply saying this is a new low in terms of the Trump administration and the battle against climate change.
Indeed, and it's not just the framework on climate change. It's also to do with nature, some science agreements,
migration,
a huge range of what the
international cooperation is the framework that prevents war, right? Mutual trade agreements, cooperative, treaties, anything, any organization that you engage in, any shared pact you have, these are what prevents war in the modern day. All countries are bound by this, at the very least by trade agreements. The decision to cut out cooperation, to me, just reads as not just not merely isolationist, but a desire to pre-shelter yourself from the potential consequences of mass international denunciation. Or in other words, if you did something the international community really, really didn't like, at least you wouldn't also have to deal with them petitioning to force us out of these orgs. You want to get us ready for it early. Miller behind it? Miller or Vance. Either of them could have done it. It wouldn't have been Marco Rubio. The 24/7 Carbon-Free Energy Compact, the Colombo Plan Council, the Commission for Environmental Cooperation, Education Cannot Wait, European Center of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats, Forum of European National Highway Research Laboratories, Freedom Online Coalition, Global Community Engagement Resilience Fund, Global Counterterrorism Forum, Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, and UN ones as well. The final straw would be complete withdrawal from the United Nations. Honestly, the way things are going, it seems like it's not an impossibility. It's pretty bad. Is it safe to say the battle against climate change is lost for the most part? No, because there's a difference in winning or losing by degrees, right? That being said, the faster we fix this administration, or, by replacing it, obviously, there's no reforming this, the fewer degrees by which we can lose. Pulling out of the Peace Building Commission and the Peace Building Fund. The Democracy Fund. Yeah, we're out of everything, man. I don't know. We got the FIFA Peace Prize, though. That's true. That's true. It's fucking 66, man. That's so funny. Speaking of, like, I don't know, things that it's really difficult to comment on, you just kind of want to throw your hands up in the air. You see that on January 6th, the White House put out a bulletin, whitehouse.gov/J6, which officially, the government officially adopts the big lie, and fabricates a complete, entirely alternate history. What is this web design? It shakes because they're evil. See? Yeah. Why is it shaking? Because they're evil. I don't want to go through this whole thing. The whole thing is insane, but we can, at the very least, we should go through the timeline. Pre-January 6, 2021, President Trump invites Americans to D.C. Trump invites patriotic Americans to Washington, D.C. on January 6 for a peaceful and historic protest against certifying the stolen 2020 election. He emphasizes standing up for election integrity while calling for peaceful demonstration. Hundreds of thousands respond to the call to show support. At the Save America rally, Trump delivers a powerful speech. At the Ellipse, Trump speaks to hundreds of thousands of supporters, detailing evidence of election fraud and urging the crowd to march to the Capitol to peacefully and patriotically make their voices heard. He stresses the need to fight for the country through strength and determination, explicitly calling for peaceful protest. The crowd responds with massive enthusiasm. Then, patriots march to the Capitol. Following the president's speech, the massive crowd peacefully marches down Constitution Avenue to the Capitol to protest the certification of the fraudulent election. The march is orderly and spirited, with flags, signs, and chants supporting Trump. Then, Capitol Police response escalates tensions. The Capitol Police aggressively fire tear gas, flashbangs, and rubber munitions into the crowd of peaceful protesters, injuring many and deliberately escalating tensions. Video evidence shows officers inexplicably removing barriers, opening Capitol doors, and even waving attendees. I said back then, and I'll say it again, the Capitol Police should have just mulched the entire crowd right then and there. It would have been a very different timeline, but for one, it's essentially just an endorsement of the Republicans' position on what cops should be able to do to everyone else. And for two, it would have been the right thing to do. It would have been legal. Even waving attendees inside the building, actions that facilitated entry while simultaneously deploying violent force against others. These inconsistent and provocative tactics turned a peaceful demonstration into chaos. But Trump urges for calm. As events unfold, Trump repeatedly calls for peace, tweeting support for law enforcement and releasing a video telling supporters, "Go home in peace," while reiterating love for them and election concerns. He consistently promotes nonviolence despite the attack on attendees and emotions running high. Then, the leaked Pelosi video reveals security lapses. And this is the video where Pelosi says she takes responsibility for what happened, but like that was just a one-off comment she made referring to not having brought more Capitol Police on to anticipate the attack in the Capitol. Ashley Babbitt murdered in cold blood. Unarmed Air Force veteran and Trump supporter Ashley Babbitt is fatally shot by Capitol Police Lieutenant Michael Byrd without warning as she climbed through a broken window towards the Speaker's lobby. I love even here, as she climbed through a broken window toward the Speaker's lobby. No weapon was found on her, and she posed no threat. Byrd faced no charges. 3 other Americans were killed: Roseanne Boyland, Kevin Greeson, and Benjamin Phillips. Which of these 3 had a heart attack after tasing their balls? One of these 3 had a heart attack because they accidentally tased their own balls. All of them? All of them. Mike Pence refuses to act. Vice President Mike Pence, who had the opportunity to return disputed electoral slates to state legislators for review and decertification under the U.S. Constitution, chooses not to exercise that power in an act of cowardice and sabotage. Instead, Pence presides over the certification of contested electors, undermining President Trump's efforts to address documented fraud and ending any chance to correct the election steal. You know what's got to piss the Trump administration off, like big time? It's got to really, really get under their skin. This kind of rewriting history bullshit would work if it was like 1623. If history was only being kept in logbooks by, like, I don't know, reclusive monks, and you could just go there and burn those books, you could rewrite history, and in the future, historians would only say, like, we don't really know what happened, you know? But now, no matter how hard they try, they can't do it. They can't move the needle on this, you know? It could still work. It really can't, though. Like, it really can't. Even Germany, Nazi Germany, they weren't really able to, like, undo much of their own history. Like, let me put it this way. Nazis had undisputed control of Germany for over a decade. And in spite of that, we don't really have a muddled timeline when it comes to World War I, the Great Depression in Germany, or like the extent to which they claim Jews were involved in either. Like, if it was so easy for them to rewrite history, then wouldn't we now, our historians, they would be like, oh, well, we think the historical texts are lying because the Nazis burned all the old ones and covered it all up. Dude, we even have records of the shit they burned from that Institute of Sexology or whatever. Who was that guy, the Berlin sex researcher who was like working with trans people back in the 1920s? They burned all of his documents. Today, he's still known, and so are his writings. Magnus Hirschfeld, thank you. You still have all the records of the Great Purges and who Stalin made up shit on? Yeah, I guess what I'm saying, in the modern world with modern bureaucracies, it's basically impossible to hide the fact that this is all a lie. All you can really do is distract people, like, in the meantime, and it takes constant effort to do that. At the end of the day, for the most part, most people's perceptions tend to, like, realign, you know? You're leaving out the part where he killed all the Nazis? Sure, but, like, the timeline got corrected with Stalin as well, and the Soviets weren't all killed. I mean, the Soviet Union collapsed, sure, but the Trump regime eventually will also collapse. Stolen election certified. Dun dun. After law enforcement clears the Capitol, Congress reconvenes late that night and certifies Joe Biden's electoral votes. Votes from battleground states marred by massive mail-in ballot fraud, hidden suitcases of ballots, exploding water pipes, voting machine irregularities, and unprecedented pandemic-era rule changes that bypass state legislatures. 2020 is considered the greatest election theft in U.S. history, with widespread fraud deliberately ignored by courts, officials, and the media. President Trump is silenced. Despite his explicit calls for peaceful protest, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and other platforms collude to ban Trump, citing incitement and a blatant act of election interference for the election that already happened. JP Morgan, Bank of America, Capital One, and other major financial institutions debanked President Trump and his family, closing accounts, freezing funds, and denying services in a ruthless campaign of financial persecution to destroy them politically and economically. Legacy media suppresses evidence of fraud. The mass arrests of patriotic protesters. The Biden DOJ launches a coordinated nationwide dragnet, arresting over 1,500 J6 attendees in pre-dawn raids, many for mere trespassing or parading. Hundreds were held as political prisoners for years in harsh conditions, denied speedy trials, and given lengthy sentences in what is considered an unprecedented and diabolical weaponization of federal law enforcement against Trump supporters. At least 5 J6 defendants took their own life while facing prosecution. Aww. The J6 Select Committee exposed. Speaker Pelosi's hand-picked J6 Select Committee, stacked with anti-Trump Democrats and 2 rhinos, Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, spent over 3 years and nearly $20 million in taxpayer funds in a propaganda spectacle to demonize Trump and his supporters. I agree this was a massive waste of time. This is what they did instead of sicking Merrick Garland on him. They coached witnesses like Cassidy Hutchinson, leading to calls for perjury and witness tampering investigations against them, while withholding exculpatory evidence, deleting encrypted files, and ignoring security failures. We're almost done, guys. We're almost there. We've almost learned everything there is to know about January 6th. Weaponized prosecutions target President Trump. Biden prosecutors bring multiple indictments against President Trump over his legal election challenges, including J6-related federal charges. FBI agents conduct an unprecedented raid on his Mar-a-Lago home, including searching through First Lady Melania Trump's private wardrobe and personal belongings. Oh my God, they did a fucking panty raid! They're sniffing it. That's crazy. They target his local lawyers, aides, and associates with baseless charges, threatening decades-long prison sentences to pressure them into flipping with false testimony against him. FBI entrapment operation exposed. Subsequent investigations, congressional testimony, DOJ admissions, and whistleblowers confirmed the FBI had at least 26, and likely dozens more, confidential informants and assets embedded in the J6 crowd. Figures like Ray Epps, who was caught on video repeatedly urging people to go into the Capitol, were charged only minimally. Democrats successfully flipped the narrative to brand peaceful protesters as insurrectionists while waging the true insurrection against a legitimate election. And then finally, fight. Lawfare fails, President Trump prevails. Despite relentless deep state efforts to imprison, bankrupt, and assassinate him, all designed to sabotage his political comeback through fabricated indictments, invasion raids, and rigged show trials, President Trump emerges triumphant. Fueled by unbreakable resolve, chills, the fierce loyalty of his courageous family team and patriotic Americans, and God's unmistakable grace, he delivers a landslide 2024 victory and reclaims the White House in the greatest comeback in American history. Let's go! Thank you, whitehouse.gov/J6. What's crazy is I don't think AI was used to write this. No, AI is way too sycophantic and, funnily enough, biased by truth to write something like this. Much easier to write it yourself. Biased by truth is the wrong way of saying that. Maybe I should say they're not biased towards lying in this kind of way. Yeah, anyway. Pretty neat, huh? All of that from the White House. Yeah, I don't know. Massive show trials when the next administration comes around, right? Right, everyone? Massive, like, kangaroo court, you know, just, like, tens of thousands of people. Big trials. Huge trials, you know? Merrick Garland should be in prison for the rest of his life. I agree. Yeah, I agree. I do believe that, yeah. That was a degree of prosecutorial incompetence so severe that as far as I'm concerned, is a crime. Walking around. They should have picked the guy that went after the KKK so hard members killed themselves as head of DOJ. That's so based. Doug Jones, my goat. Clinton's second term's DOJ. Wow. Oh, man. This goddamn website page construction. Jesus Christ. Oh, man. At the end of the page. There he is. Is your boy. Where's my hug? Ah, motherfucker. Ah. Is it just me or did they embiggen his hands? Well, he's wearing gloves, so. What are your thoughts on the widespread conspiracy that Trump faked the assassination attempt? I don't really think that he did, because again, I don't think they could pull that off. I think that he would have blabbed about it. I did like I'm saying there are conspiracies I believe in and conspiracies I don't. The conspiracy that I do believe in is that they're all evil pedophiles and they will do anything and everything they can behind closed doors to lie to you and fuck you over. I believe in all of those conspiracies. I don't believe in like crisis actor type conspiracies because for one, there's like basically no examples of them really happening. There are some in history, but it's not like really common. And for two, this administration is really incompetent. I just don't think they could do that or keep it secret. Playing devil's advocate here, but what if they faked it without telling Trump? Yeah, but part of the conspiracy then would have to be that Trump is faking the ear injury, because the only way that you could get the blood on Trump's face from a real bullet that was fired without Trump knowing about it would be to have an actual sniper actually fire and miss Trump's head by a tiny, tiny, tiny amount. You know, they would never risk shooting Trump. And there's no sniper in the world so good that they would risk like taking a shot like that from that distance, but like graze his ear, but not get his head. That's not, it's not really feasible. Well, yeah, he is faking it though. His ear is nothing. I mean, his ear got like a scuff on it and then immediately it healed. I don't really think it's like, I just don't think it's doable, I guess. What are you doing? What are you up to? But she wants to play. I look at her, she runs out, then she stares at me from the hallway. If you want to play, it has to be in here. Not saying I believe it's fake for real, but does ear cartilage really heal like this? Look, all I'm saying is that you either need to have Trump have a fake ear squib or something for blood in his face, or you need to have a sniper actually fire and then deliberately only graze his ear, which is insane. But if he did have an ear squib, I think that he would have blabbed about it. I don't think Trump can lie, you know? It was a fake bullet. That fucking firefighter behind him just did that. Died from a fentanyl overdose. One of the agents could have just had a small razor blade and cut his ear while they jumped on him. With like 50 news cameras pointed at him? No. Absolutely not, no. I don't know. It seems like a fruitless endeavor. Are there not enough real conspiracies to entertain ourselves with? Like, the country is rapidly falling apart right now. You know, and there's some like very like just today I read a news article on how the what was it, the assistant press secretary for the Department of Homeland Security, if I recall correctly, benefited from a no-bid contract that gave like $200 million to her and people around her, and now she's got a private jet. Yeah, Trisha McLaughlin. I wish I could remember names. Mouthpiece of the DHS posted a private jet photo to her Instagram. It was recently revealed her husband's company won a subcontract on a non-compete $220 million contract from DHS in a deal described by experts as corrupt and worthy of investigation. And I love that what she wants to do with this fucking private jet money is post on Instagram with it. Like, none of these people are that different from us. All the evil and corruption in the world, and at the end of the day, they just want to like be popular on social media. That's another thing that makes Trump different and makes Trump irreplaceable. JD Vance wakes up and he sees his replies on social media and he goes, you know, like he has an urge to engage with all that. Trump only does so incidentally. Trying to find the thing. Trying to find the thing. Where is the thing? I can't find the thing. Why can't I find the thing? What are you looking for? I am looking for a fuller video where Mamdani is gloating about the fact that Kathy Hochul has promised sufficient money to ensure 2 years of free childcare in New York City. He got it. He got a massive policy win, and one that he could only have gotten with Governor Hochul's support.
You are keeping your word and you are doing things for the people of New York City and joining forces with the governor. And, you know, it's an interesting thing, pulling people from different sides of the left and progressives joining forces for something that benefits the people. Tell us about it, Mayor.
Well, it's truly lovely to be back on here with you. And what I would say is that it is, as you've said, today's an incredible win for working people. We're talking about a $1.2 billion commitment from the state of New York to the city of New York to make universal childcare a reality. This is money that will mean that we can fix childcare for 3-year-olds across the city, and we can start to deliver childcare for every 2-year-old across the city. And after housing, childcare is the #1 crisis facing working families in the city. It's the #1 reason that they're leaving this city, and that's because the average cost of childcare is $22,500 a year. And so what today's commitment and today's partnership between the governor and myself shows is that working families are not going to have to make the choice any longer between the city they love and the family they want to actually raise.
Massive policy win. He talked about it. They had a press conference the other day. I am amazed they were able to do this so quickly.
Farah Soufran
and her 2 children are the final groceries and the gas and everything else. So that was my lived experience. And now that little one, that baby. Thank you. Thank you. Let me welcome Mayor Mamdani.
Wasn't this policy painted as like impossible? Yes, but then he did it like immediately.
Someone who's also a big dreamer, but also knows the dreams can get you this far, but now it's about the implementation, it's the execution, and it's the follow-through. So that's the difference. People can espouse great thoughts, so many have come and gone in our halls of government for a long time, but you're looking at someone who wants to get things done, and I will be a willing partner to that. Ladies and gentlemen, our mayor. Yeah.
Good morning, New York.
Good morning.
Today, we take one step to realizing a city where every New Yorker, every family, every child can afford to keep calling it their home. Yes. It is an honor to be here in Flatbush.
Am I crazy, or does Hochul's voice sound just like Hillary Clinton? You're crazy and you're sexist and racist, possibly. You probably wouldn't think that if you recently heard Hillary Clinton speak.
Alongside Governor Hochul. Governor, thank you for your partnership and thank you for your leadership. And I want to say thank you to the incredible organizers, advocates, elected officials that we have here at every single level of government who have willed this day into existence. Truly, thank you to all of you. To those who doubt the power of the people to make their own destiny, to the cynics who insist that politics is too broken to deliver meaningful change, to those who think that the promises of a campaign cannot survive once confronted with the realities of government, today is your answer.
This is a day that so many believed would never come. But it is a day that working people across our city have delivered through the sheer power of their hard work and their unwavering belief that a better future was indeed within their grasp. We stand here today because of the millions of phone numbers that were dialed, conversations had, voicemails left, each of them a New Yorker speaking to another New Yorker.
All right, you
each of them
goddamn.
making the case for a future that working people could in fact afford. We will deliver to care by working in partnership with childcare providers, especially home-based providers who have been doing this work without thanks or recognition for far too long. We will build on the city's existing 3K program and say no longer will a family in Flatbush be offered a seat but have to find out that that seat is in Astoria. We will add seats in the neighborhoods where demand has not been met. This will be felt by expanded subsidies for tens of thousands of additional families. It will be felt when parents look at their bank accounts at the end of the year and see.
This was such a critical policy to put forward, because the goal, if you want your legacy to stick, FDR understood this. If you want your legacy to stick, you need to slam down immediately an entitlement. You need to make people's lives better in a way that is both obvious and impossible to live without. You need to hit him with a big one, because nobody else, because now you are not only defending your candidacy, you're defending that. You have to make it unimpeachable. FDR did it, right? Think about Social Security. Medicare and Medicaid have survived, if gutted, surprisingly long. That's what sticks. And a lot of the neocons, they've long understood this. That's why they call it entitlement programs. And they say it with a sneer on their face. I think that we are entitled, as a matter of fact, to healthcare and housing and childcare and so on. I don't say it with a negative tone at all. But they've always known. You hear them talk about it when they talk about like the blacks on welfare or whatever. Oh, you get them welfare, you get them entitled, you get them dependent. They're aware of the fact that once people benefit from those programs, it's really difficult to gin up the political support necessary to remove them entirely. They hate that. They hate the idea that people don't want to get rid of programs they have personally benefited from, you know? Which is why what Mamdani's done here is so big. If everything goes down well, this program will be so popular that it cannot be taken away, because the consequences of it being taken away would be disastrous. You know, it would be politically unviable. This is how you build a legacy.
That they have saved more than $20,000 per child.
Oh no, it's left earbud only.
And it will be felt when neighborhoods no longer feel hollow and empty because those we love haven't been forced to move away to raise their children elsewhere. It will be felt when our children receive high-quality care and enjoy better outcomes later in life as a direct result. And I want to be clear, this will include children with disabilities and children who live in our shelters. This will be felt when our economy hums with the hard work of parents who are able to return to the jobs that they love, rather than have to quit because they can't afford to pay for care. And that feeling will not be abstract. Its mere absence has been measured to the tune of $23 billion in a single year of economic productivity in this city. I want to express how proud I am of this victory that we have achieved together, the political will we have mustered together, and the partnership between city and state government that we will enact this movement's vision together. And I stand here on this stage alongside our governor in deep recognition that for too many years, the relationship between Albany and City Hall has been defined by dysfunction and discord, by feuds and by factionalism. Petty grievances have interfered with the work of serving the people. Political posturing has consumed the attention of those with the power to transform lives. And I am deeply committed, alongside this governor, to charting a new course, one where people look to government and expect collaboration, not
I 100% believe the timing of the daycare scandal in Minnesota was trying to preempt exactly this from Mamdani. The right will all call it corruption before it begins. Boy, do I have a bit of news for you. Nick Shirley, the guy who put out the YouTube video on the Somali daycare in Minnesota, replied to Zohran Mamdani gloating over this policy win to Kathy Hochul with, "What did we just learn about childcare across the country? It's a great way to create fraud, launder money. Caution here." So I guarantee you 100%, 0% chance this doesn't happen. This retarded Mormon fuck is going to be running around, Brooklyn, knocking on people's doors, and if they don't answer in 2 minutes, he's going to turn to the camera and say, "The black that's in there, they don't even, does this address even exist? Are there children at all?" And then he's going to cut together like the 4 times he knocked on a door and nobody answered together, and he's going to say that $50 trillion are being embezzled every year. "Let me see the children. Let me see the children." Why are you hiding them? Kathy Hochul responded, "Oh, that's funny. This initiative extends mainly to 2-year-olds, but intellectually you may be eligible." That's nice. All right, +2. +2. It's super fucked up how, like, a bunch of left politicians, Dems or whatever, feel like engaging with people like Nick Shirley is below them, but Nick Shirley is who he is entirely because Republican politicians and pundits engage with him. Like, he's state media. He has been elevated by the entire right wing. All their media outlets are giving him interviews. They're all puffing up his shit. Like, they are substantiating his claims with popularity. He has to be engaged with. Yeah, he's super fucking astroturfed. He was nobody before this. It's tough, Skynet. Yeah, the only thing I really have to say about Nick Shirley running around the New York City trying to do the same thing. By the way, Nick Shirley in your neighborhood can now be legally responded to as though it was a death threat, considering what Nick Shirley's presence in Minnesota did, yesterday. So can you imagine him running around Brooklyn? He would be fucking beaten into the pavement. He would be keep your neighborhood Nick Shirley free. I'm tired, man. The news lately has not been yeah, I'm tired, boss. Renee Good's murder really did destroy me. I need charges being brought, man. I need charges being brought. It's just like it won't always be like this. God, no. But it's possible that what lays in the future is going to be even worse, you know? Hochul proposing law that allows people legal action against ICE agents. What kind of legal action? Hunting season? Duck season. No Fed posts here, just a classic Looney Tunes reference. Governor Kathy Hochul wants recourse when ICE agents act improperly. Why does this even need to be said? I have a bold idea. What if federal officers weren't literally above the law? Wow, that's crazy. I wonder what fucking Thomas Jefferson would have thought about that. I don't like it. Wow. Let's start holding these people accountable, Hochul said Thursday morning during an appearance on MS Now's Morning Joe. Oh, we might look at that. The governor is expected to propose a measure that would enable New Yorkers to file lawsuits in state court against federal officials accused of violating a person's constitutional rights. Just, again, like, why is this not a thing already? They're in the state. They violated the law in the state. They violated the state law. A plan she's expected to formally detail in her State of the State address next week. Oh, by the way, State of the Union address from Trump coming up soon. That's going to be fun. Similar bills have been introduced in the Democratic-dominated state legislatures in response to Trump's push to significantly expand deportations. Like, I hate them so much. They could have done this like that. In any blue state with a blue legislature and a blue governor, and there are plenty of blue states like that, we're talking California, Washington, Illinois, New York, whatever, they could have put this out immediately, and then all the state attorney general has to do is say, you better watch your fucking backs, ICE, because if you violate the law in my state, your ass is going to state prison, facing state charges. The only one who can pardon you is me, and I won't. They could have done this at any point. At any point, they could have done this. This would be so fucking based. Yeah, doesn't it sound so fucking based, me arguing boldly that maybe it should be illegal to violate the law? This is how fucking far the bar has fallen now. Bro, I have a based red pill dark woke idea. What if when the federal officers break the law, they can be charged in state court? Holy shit, that's fucking crazy, dog. What if we had laws? What if we had I'm out here fucking with the code of Hammurabi or something. I'm the first guy to come up with this. Just a second. Let me find that MS Now bit. I hate saying MS Now. Doesn't feel right. They've been posting like a motherfucker. Okay, today is Thursday. It was on Thursday. Don't they normally get the Morning Joe segments up like super quickly? Their new logo is ass. Yeah, it really is. This actually looks like dog shit. Look at this. It's even pixelated, like it's not even a high resolution. Do they really not have the Morning Joe segment up yet? Because I would really like to see that. This is Morning Joe. But that's George Conway, not Kathy Hochul. Bring back fancy logos. What was the... Am I thinking of General Electric? With the gears and stuff? No, the original General Electric logo looked a lot better. Which was the big American company that had like a really it's like a guy in a gear and he's got like a hammer, you know, it's very like industry core. Guess we don't have the Kathy Hochul Morning Joe up yet. Arm and Hammer? You're literally just saying that because I said there's a hammer. Shut the fuck up. You don't know. You're literally just saying... If it was Arm and Hammer, don't you think I would have been able to intuit that by saying holding his arm up with a hammer? Like that would have cued me in a little bit? Here? Did I just miss it?
Today, Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul of New York is announcing her plan to fund universal child care, a statewide initiative that would cost around...
He has hurt these people. I think it's an opportunity for Democrats to take that seat. And I'm going to be working hard to help win back that Congress, because I need a firewall to stop this insanity.
So, Governor, can we turn you to the incident in Minneapolis yesterday? And it comes with, as the White House and the Trump administration suggested, they're going to ramp up operations here in New York City as well.
I need you guys to understand that if a blue state did this, their AG was like, yeah, we are now going to be holding ICE accountable for violations of the law. There is nothing the federal government could do. You understand that, right? Nothing. Warrants are issued, state police are deployed, the ICE agents are arrested. If they evade arrest, then that becomes its own fucking game, you know? They're held in local fucking jail cells or in the long run state prison. There's nothing they can do. Cut funding? Nope. Not gonna work. The federal money for the whole state could dry up. Well, boo fucking who? For one, California has enough money. And for two, so what? We just let America die because we're unwilling to reshuffle our budgets a bit? Blue states can survive a loss of federal funds. Red states cannot.
Secretary Noem slated to be in Manhattan later today to talk about that. So give us your reaction to what you saw yesterday, but also your concerns that there could be clashes like this if ICE agents are met with protests here in New York.
This is exactly the chaos that the Trump administration wants. This is how they operate. They want to create this sense of, you know, especially in democratic cities and democratic states, that there's just this lawlessness and things are out of control and they need to step in and save it. They are so wrong. New York is safe. Our statistics that I announced with our commissioner of police and the new mayor are staggering in how much we've reduced crime, particularly violent crime.
How much?
Like 60%. Murders and shootings are down 60%. Subways have never been this safe. We've dropped dramatically in the number. We have 6 to 8 crimes on our subway every day. There are 4 million people on our subway. That's the population of Los Angeles. Imagine if the city of Los Angeles had only 4 to 6 or 8 crimes a day.
Yeah.
This is a very safe place. And again, I'm not.
I can't even fathom that, to be honest. I guess that's inconceivable to me. Having lived in LA for the first 22 years of my life, that's not even. I don't even know what that would look like. Peace on earth?
Saying mission accomplished, we're going to keep working on this. Right. But their narrative that this is a place that's descending into hell and they have to come and rescue us.
Nobody believes that.
Is so wrong.
Nobody believes that.
So back to your question. We are concerned.
General thoughts on Kathy Hochul? She's an insincere opportunist, but she understands the way the wind is blowing. And is, in the environment we're in, I'll take what I can get.
I have a conversation with the president fairly regularly. I know our new mayor is having a relationship with him, which we hope will...
Better or worse than Newsom? Much better than Newsom.
The arrival of more ICE agents and National Guard, but we're prepared. And what happened, I am so sickened as a mom that there's a child that woke up yesterday, a 6-year-old, who had a loving mother and goes to bed an orphan. I mean, in this country, an American. And I'm telling you, I'm going to stand up and defend rights, at least what I can do in New York. And next week, when I'm announcing my State of the State address, I am putting in language that I want to get through that says that New Yorkers who've had their constitutional rights denied by an ICE agent, whether you're a member of the media that was beaten up in New York City a couple weeks ago, or someone whose business has been, ransacked because the ICE agents come in and make them lose money, or someone whose mother is murdered, that they would have a way to get recourse against those individuals. And let's start holding these people accountable. You come in with masks, they call her a terrorist. And I have a lot of respect for law enforcement, tremendous respect. But I've asked an ICE agent, why are you wearing the mask? When I was down there at the 26th Federal Plaza, I said, why do you wear the mask? No other law enforcement does this. Our police don't do it. Our FBI agents don't do it. Why are you doing this? And they said, because we get doxxed, our family gets
being able to go after the individual agents, I think, is pretty key. 100%. Yeah, it's absolutely vital. Things will never change until they're disincentivized from engaging in this behavior. There's so much power that's being left on the table. It's pretty clear that there's basically nothing we can do to stop Trump, right? Trump himself is untouchable. Congress has no power. The Dems have a slim minority, and even if they didn't, they're incredibly weak and don't really have the enforcement abilities to do what they need to do. They're weak and inept, and we can't trust them. But there are good state AGs who can do the work, and they have much more power because we're operating at a state level. Much more power.
Asked, et cetera. I said, Why do you think you are more than anybody else? I mean, come on, you're just trying to scare people. You're terrorizing people yourselves, and I don't want to see that. So we don't need that here. We're doing just fine in New York. The mayor and I will stand together and reject any efforts to try and militarize our streets, but they never should have been in Minneapolis in the first place.
Yeah.
That's
All
the
right.
catalyst for this.
Democratic governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, thank you so much. And by the way, congratulations on congestion pricing. You had so many critics.
For the bold and inconceivable notion that we might hold these people to some kind of legal standard. A Republican congressman from CA1 died yesterday. That's true. Yes, God did smite a Republican politician. He was just in his 60s, wasn't he? Yeah, Doug LaMalfa. So that brings their majority down to what, 2 people? Christ, he looks evil. And unhealthy? Yeah, no kidding. No one person. There is one Republican defection. I mean, in general, though. River. What are you meowing at me for? You got something to say? What? She's just staring at me from the hallway, and she's sitting politely with her 2 front feet forward, and she keeps trying to cross her right hand over her left one, and for like 20 seconds, she just did this. Finally found your footing? You are so cute. This fucking guy, man. Worked for the passage of the Protection of Marriage Act, Prop 22, which bans same-sex marriage in California. The Supreme Court of California overturned that initiative, and he was an early supporter of Prop 8, an initiative that would overturn the court ruling and again ban same-sex marriage in June 2008. He urged voters to approve Prop 8, saying this is an opportunity to take a little bit of dignity for kids for all of us in California. It really disturbs me that the will of the people was overridden by 4 members of the Supreme Court. A co-author of ACA 20, which would empower law enforcement to act as ICE agents and would have cracked down on illegal immigration. In 2007, put forward a law that would prevent the seizures of firearms in the event of an emergency or national disaster. Okay. Opposed a bullet train. Opposed a bill that would require history teachers in California public schools to teach the history of homosexuality and gay civil rights. Opposed the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. The whole life dedicated to evil. Supported the overturning of Roe v. Wade. During Biden's 2024 State of the Union address, LaMalfa had a 3-minute convo on the House floor with him. Ugh. He was also known, according to the Washington Post, as an affable, approachable, and pragmatic lawmaker. Wait, I'm so sorry. This entire time the camera's just been looking at me? You guys should have said something. LaMalfa claimed after Trump lost in 2020, the circumstances surrounding this Republican election point to a fraudulent outcome. Wow, crazy. He was an election denier back in 2020. One of the 14 House Republicans to vote against legislation to establish Juneteenth. The House passed the resolution with a vote of 415 to 14. Jesus Christ. God really did take this guy down. He underwent emergency surgery for an aortic aneurysm. I hope it hurt. No Fed posting. That's not Fed posting. That doesn't count. Yeah, he's already dead, man. Oh, right. Figure we should read some donos, huh? Okay, River legitimately will not stop staring at me. River, I know you want to play. Do you want food? Because you've literally already been given food. You've already been given food. No, you know. Yeah, now you're turning away. Now you're turning away. I've got a suggestion for you. What if I gave you more food, but first stream has to end? Did that come through? That was pretty loud. Was that audible? Yes? Excellent. Do you have the hungies? Mwah. Wow. Very cute cat. Very handsome cat. Big round face like a teddy bear. All cats are genocidal. All cats are spiritually Israeli. That's true. Trump is ordering the government to buy $200 billion in mortgage bonds, apparently. What? What? Trump says he's instructing unnamed representatives to buy $200 billion in mortgage bonds in a bid to narrow mortgage spreads and bring down rates. Biden ignored the housing market and instead was immersed with high crime, open borders, runaway inflation, the Afghanistan disaster, and a military that he left in chaos and confusion. Everything was broken, but I, as President of the United States, have already fixed it. Okay. Because I chose not to sell Fannie Mae Freddie Mac my first term, a truly great decision, and against the advice of the experts, it is now worth many times that amount, $200 billion. I am instructing my representatives to buy $200 billion in mortgage bonds with Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac holdings. Bro thinks it's 2008. What does he have that he thinks are worth Okay. I don't think this means anything. If we get clarifying information down the line, then that's one thing, but at the face of it, this is incoherent. What does this do? Nothing. This does nothing. This doesn't It's not, it doesn't do or mean anything. Utterly incoherent. Well, I guess I'll read donos, huh? Hey, you know, if the news cycle slows down a little bit, maybe sometime soon we'll be able to finish E33. Figure we've got to be getting somewhat close to the end. Good Lord. Candy Lex, thank you for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. Knotted Alpaca, thank you for the very kind $5. Oh, I already read that one. Yeah. Dr. Mod, thank you for the $5. You went to the Death Stranding concert in Newark, New Jersey last month. It was fantastic. Got a sweater and the composer showed up. That sounds fantastic. The Death Stranding soundtrack sounds like an amazing one to listen to, while like stuffed into a sweater and sitting out in the cold, you know? Squid and Pixel Eye, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Bull Cypher, thank you for the super kind tier 4 sub. Let this go to your tummy ache medical bills. Thank you. They really rack up, you know? They really rack up. Kappa of all time, thank you for the super kind $25. Genuine question, not trying to bring negative energy, but how do you maintain hope and tenacity in the face of looming future threats like the debt crisis? I don't know. People have made it through a lot of bad stuff. I figure, you know, it's one of the reasons I'm all rice and beans pilled, you know? It's not just a meme. I think that we will live to see a very quick, very sharp reduction in our own standards of living. And I think that it's going to bring into focus the importance of some kinds of diligence and discipline that you can kind of skate past right now, you know? I don't know. I mean, what are you going to do? Be a sad sack all the time? Kyonis, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Rip Renee good, fuck ice. Very true. Lazy Man Laid Back, thank you for the $10. Do you think if the U.S. got involved in a drawn-out war, the military could become revolutionary like the Red Army during World War I? No, not really. I don't really think so. The character of the Russian military in World War I was very, very different to... I don't really think the conditions overlap, to be honest. The military will not save us from this kind of creeping decay. You hear her running around out there? Knotted Alpaca and the Ghostmaker, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Nice, Knotted Alpaca. Enjoy your interview tomorrow. Do some journalism. And Communord, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Canadian Jables, thank you for the $5. Bull Cypher, thank you for the super kind $20. Praying for her kids because their dad died a couple of years ago too. Yeah, it's got to be rough. At least community, you know, people are like pooling a lot of money to give to the kids. So hopefully that does something. Rhaegar99, thank you for the $5. Zondag's Kind, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. Analasco, thank you for the very kind $10. I went to Social Security today to legally change my name and got denied for incorrect documentation. Was this a blessing in disguise or should I go back? I don't know. My understanding is that right now the rules concerning trans people's ID with the federal government are really inconsistent. Like the Department of State initially was withholding passports for renewal when people who were transgender and had different names submitted them, but I've heard that they've released those holds or changed their policy in some way. I don't think that it's being done consistently. I have no idea. I can't really say. Darth Death Metal, thank you for the $5. Indians do ruin Twitter. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I feel stuck between apologizing for my people. You don't even need to... Saying Indians are ruining Twitter has nothing to do with Indian people and everything to do with the fact that it's a large, foreign, poor, English-speaking population that's easily motivated by the relatively pithy amount of money you get via blue checks, you know? You don't need to... This isn't your fight. I mean... unless you're in India and using blue check ad revenue on Twitter to, you know, I mean, if that's what you're up to, then I guess it is your fight. But, you know, you're not implicated in this way. Like, if I make a comment about like white guys in government, you don't need to donate and say, well, as a white guy, you know, yeah, I'm sorry about how we are. It's fine, really, it's fine. It's not It's just a broad generalization, not a statement of innate fact. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. In this literal battle of evil versus good, evil shot good and no one's calling them out and properly challenging them. Well, we'll see how it goes down. Skunksy, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Here's a coffee for your migraine. I don't get migraines, but I'll take the coffee money. It's actually 4 coffees for me because I use Nespresso. Oh, there she is again. I pick you up, I throw you, and you run around for 5 minutes, and now you waltz back in here. So silly. Pumpernickel, thank you for the super kind 25 bucks. I really appreciate that. For sandwiches, $25. Yeah, I guess that nowadays that'll get you like maybe 1.5 sandwiches, you know? Zavriel Server OS Makima, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Bull Cypher, thank you for being so kind. Thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. Femboy Vosh on the ground with the spilled Twitter links and open tabs. Somebody fucking help me. Chad says no. It's really, really, really difficult to keep it all going. I scroll through Twitter as I wake up, right? I see some of the clips. I'm like, oh, we have to talk about this, you know? And then you're in the moment. You're right here. You're here live. And they're all gone. Like tears in the rain. They've disappeared, you know? Hardest job, etc. Melodel, thank you for the super kind tier 3 sub. Been watching for a while, forgot to resubscribe. Thank you for everything you do. You're genuinely helping people. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Being able to cover this does make me feel a little more sane. I have no idea what I would be up to if I had to experience this news cycle, but couldn't stream through it, you know? No idea. M. Rouse, thank you for the 10 bucks. Following what happened in Minneapolis, it's no surprise my own city would make a 3%er an officer. What is this? Facebook link? Facebook link. Are one of these police recruits 3%er? Blue shirt, right side. Fuck! I wish I had said so first because I was going to say it was this guy. I was going to say out of these 5, my guess is this one. I wish I had said it faster. I wish I had said it faster before you had clarified. He's got chud energy radiating from him. It's that goatee. Yeah. It's the facial hair for sure. The arm is tats. Yeah, but I can't make out the tats at this. It's just like a blur here, you know. I've got a tattoo on my forearm. River. You will get food soon, you hungry bitch. Sake with 5 tier 1 subs. I know nominative determinism isn't real, but did they have to shoot somebody who was named good? They definitely could have chosen an easier target, you know? A white woman named good. It's all such a fucking joke. Sometimes it be like that. Sometimes it do be like that. That is true. I've thought about it, and it do, in fact, sometimes be like that, you know? Got some super chats to read. Popo Hum, thank you for the 5 bucks. Is New Zealand safe from U.S. expansionism since MAGA can't find it on a map? Presumably, but if that was the case, that would apply to almost every place on Earth, you know? McCafer, thank you for the 2 bucks. GHT80M, thank you for the super kind $10. If you're in the Twin Cities area, there's a vigil tonight for the woman killed by ICE, East 34th in Portland at 5 p.m. This is out of date now, but I assume there are still going to be vigils going on for quite a while, you know? Abhinav Bharadwaj, thank you for the 200, is it rubles or ruples? I forget. Indian currency. These pigs should be afraid to order food at a restaurant out of fear of subpar food. Yeah, 100%. Rupees, gotcha. John Brown, thank you for the 5 bucks. Robert Field, thank you likewise. Thank you. Eloram Bazdo, thank you for the very kind 20 bucks. Thank goodness this was unprecedented or we wouldn't have an excuse to do nothing about it. Yeah, seriously. Vosov, Father Lunas, and HDMI TY, thank you for the $5 all. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words, Father Lunas. First time sending a super chat ever, but I wanted to say, been loving your stuff since March of last year. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Arcane Spaghetti, thank you for the $2 and $5 both. Really appreciate that. James, thank you for the $5. QE inflates. Oh, I read that one. Yeah. Quantitative easing. We were econ pilled yesterday, or finance pilled, I should say. Godcat, thank you for the buck. Arcane Spaghetti, thank you for the very kind $5. Gamer Geek and Paul K, thank you for the $10 both. Opinion on survival food. $500 for a 3-month supply of dehydrated food, good for 25 years. All I know is that that industry is full of scammers. Like, there are tons of chud YouTubers who all have their own partnered brand of bucket food or whatever. I'm sure that there are brands that you can go to that are totally fine, right? And you're getting what you pay for and it's not a ripoff. But a lot of them, yeah, by virtue of being heavily associated with a very grift-laden part of the internet, there's a lot of bad stuff there, you know? But if you get some good. Ghost of Avalon and Flop Bingus Republic, thank you for the $5 both. Would the Pentagon even follow an order to invade a NATO country? I don't know. I mean, nobody declares war anymore, so it wouldn't be an invasion. It would be like special forces doing like a key operation or something. I don't know. I don't know. Papa Hum, thank you for the $2 and $5 both. Really appreciate that. Taking notes, thank you for the $5. Vincent D. Vicis, thank you for the 10 Australian. You ever heard the old Greek proverb, a society grows great when old men plant trees whose shade they know they shall never sit in? Our society is free now because of the hard work of family men. Yeah, to an extent. I mean, it's kind of we've gotten to a point where, thanks to propaganda, people are no longer not planting trees whose shade they will never sit in, but people are tearing down the trees that they live in now. This has been or that they enjoy the shade of now. We're burning them down. This is the history of post-World War II America, right? We emerged with everything. And since the 1950s, 60s, whatever, we have been tearing apart all of the gains that we made at the beginning of the 20th century, you know? Social Security, the welfare state, Medicare, Medicaid, over and over again, the narrative played out the same. We can't have this good thing because the blacks are getting it too, and they're taking advantage of it. They're using it in a mean way. And right now, it's still happening. We're still doing it right now. We are still, literally, at the beginning of the year, we were still having arguments over, like, the argument from the Trump administration over cutting subsidies to the ACA plan was that money was illegally going to undocumented immigrants. Like, even now, it was your medical bill should be higher because the bill that makes them lower also makes things easier for the undesirable group of people. So we're cutting down our own trees, you know? Popo Hum, thank you for the $10. Noam definitely double down, yeah. Balls Deep 6969, thank you for the kind $5 dono. John, thank you for the 10, 10, and $2 donos all. I really appreciate that. There's a lot of hostile rhetoric towards Somalis, Muslims, and Syrian refugees from MAGA right now. Do you think this is just political language, or could it lead to 1932 German consequences? Well, there's no just political language, right? Like, Germany also engaged in political language with Jews. However, no, I don't think that this is going to lead to a sustained political effort to destroy the Somali population in America or anything like that. I think that it's just you always need a big villain, but because conservatives are generally unintelligent and incurious, their attention can't be held for long on one group. So you go from Haitians to Venezuelans to Somalis, but in 3 months it's going to be a different group, you know? They just need a new, like, revolving. It's just like a villain of the week formula. It could be anyone. They had a little while where it was Antifa. Daniel Green and James, thank you for the $2 both. I haven't forgotten about the Epstein files. Louis, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you for what you do. Your coverage helps me make sense of the news, and it means a lot to me as a trans American in these hellish times. Yeah, it's not a great time to be transgender, but you people are still making like the best video game soundtracks, right? So it's you know, in spite of everything, life flourishes is what I'm trying to say, I guess. Ilaram Bazdo, thank you for the $20. Really appreciate that. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree, JD Vance? Yeah, that's true. Liberal fascist. Okino, thank you for the $10. My chud coworkers are not falling for the innocent ICE angle. They think she was a commie lib, but also that she was murdered. I'll take it. James and Paloma Del Mar, thank you for the $2 both. Benjamin Gilbert Liff, thank you for the $20. I did respond to that, but thank you very much for the very kind $100. Vosh always doing the tactical L. I mean, I genuinely think that many times in my career as a live streamer, I have engaged in what could charitably be referred to as a tactical L. I slurred my way through the last half of that sentence, but you understand what I'm saying. I think that's happened a couple of times, you know? Oh, yeah. Slurred? Like slurring your words. Slurred your way through other things too. Man, that feels like it was so long ago. People don't even bring that shit up anymore. Crazy, huh? How fast the conversation moves. Asikar Tejan and Humble Bumble, thank you for the $10 both. New take on great man theory is that it only applies to Trump. I disagree. I actually think that Trump is the greatest refutation of great man theory possible because he has all this power and it seems like everything's happening because of him. But in reality, all the stuff that he's doing, all of the stuff that's happening through the administration is just a metastasization of a bunch of deeply ingrained, very like long-tailed political efforts, right? From the anti-immigrant sentiment to the crackdown on, free speech and political opposition, to the neutering of Congress and the, unilateralization of the president's ability to declare war. There, like everything that's happening right now, basically none of it is just cooked up wholesale from Trump. The closest thing I think we have to that is tariffs. Trump is like so fucking tariff pilled. And I think a lot of that is just his own personal hang-up, his own personal like obsession. But even that, right? Biden regularly engaged in unfair trade war type protectionist bullshit in an effort to defend American industry. Remember his 100% tariff on Chinese electric vehicles? Like, it's, if anything, that's Trump invites us to, he's like the great man glass sculpture. He looks like a great man, but he invites you to look past and through him and see what's really directing him. And in reality, all the stuff that's directing him has a long precedent, continuity of material forces coalescing in the form of one very sweaty man. There are very few true great men. I still think the best example I can think of in even remotely modern history is Napoleon. A lot of the stuff that happened because of Napoleon was just like him. He was just that guy, you know? Alexander the Great. No, not FDR. Not Peter T. Oh, God. No. I can't do this again. I can't. No. The last time we talked about this, you fucking people just listed every guy you know, like every guy that you know. Peter Thiel, great man theory. No. We're not doing this. Genghis Khan, probably also. Yeah. It seems like it only really applies specifically for military command. Military command seems like the one place where you would see it, and I think that's probably because for political, social, and economic big moves, you kind of need a broader mandate, and the broader mandate is often brought about by a larger social shift, right? Like it's very difficult to just as a single individual bring about a big social shift. But as a single general, you can do big things, you know? I don't know enough about that, Masaigu. That could be like on a smaller case, you know? Alexander Stanford, thank you for the very kind 50 Egyptian pounds. And Disco, thank you for the €6. I really appreciate that. And Humble Bumble, thank you for the $10. It looks like we have a lot of suffering ahead. Yeah. I'm afraid that we are nowhere near the ground floor on this one. At least thanks to you, I will go through it sober and in slightly better shape. Thank you for that. I'm really happy to hear that. I'm really, really, really happy to hear that. Yeah. My life has improved considerably just in the past month since I started doing very basic calisthenics. Doing a couple of stretches every day and pushing myself to really try, not just like lightly doing the stretch, but really throwing myself into it and treating it like a strength exercise. I feel much more spry. You know? I don't want to be crass, but I'm trying to sell this to you guys, you know? I was able to pull some sick shit nasty style on my, you know, beautiful loving partner while we were making love together, you know? That I wasn't able to prior. I know that's why that's like 60% of why people want to get in shape anyway, is to hit it down nasty style. You did backflips. I did backflips. Describe it. I had my hands on the gym rings and I did the German twist and I did a flip with them still on me, you know? Who asked? I'm just saying the benefits amounted rapidly, you know? I'm pitching this to you guys. Who knows what kind of crazy shit you guys could get up to, you know? Get in shape. Uzi, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Long-time viewer, first-time dono. Thanks for all you do. It's incredibly tiring to watch all this. Yeah. But it's so important we don't succumb to nihilism and that we keep fighting. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I really do not think... I really don't think things are going to turn out that bad in the long run. I mean, nothing ever really ends, right? But, you know, I think that in the long run, we still have some positive threads to pull on. It's just that right now, things do, in fact, suck. Hannah Montan, thank you for the $5. Terrified for my state and how blatantly this regime is lying. You're not from Montana? Yeah. Super Abyss, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Hey, Vosh, you've been an inspiration to me, and I really look up to you. Thank you. Hope you have an amazing day. I'm hoping I have an amazing day, too. Actually, what I was planning on doing was doing some grocery shopping, and then I was going to sit down and play Path of Exile 2 for 10 hours. That was my day planned today, you know? I'm giving it a try. I'm giving it a try. All right, bucko. What kind of build? I am currently trying to make a bone lich build work. So bone storm and bone cage on a lich. And I'm only on map 5 right now, and I'm definitely not as strong as I could be, but I also only have 2+ skills in my entire fucking set because I'm not going to the market at all. I'm challenging myself to not buy anything off the market. I might change on that. Like, I might change my opinion on that, but right now I'm just getting whatever gear I get, you know? It's a little more fun for me that way, I think. I got a good chess piece last night. I got, I forget what it's called. It's the one where your energy shield regens faster based on, it benefits from mana regeneration stats. So if you get a stat plus 50% to mana regen, it's also plus 50% to energy shield regen per second. So I'm thinking I might keep that because the armor, because it's a strength int piece, and the armor that I get from it is enough to bump me from 3% physical resistance all the way up to 26%, which is like, damn, you know? Just having that on, just that on, is a 26% reduction in physical damage, which is going to keep me from getting one shot by some of the heavy physical bosses, right? So, you know. No one cares. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Still alive. Thank you for the $20. I was at a city council meeting last night where they voted unanimously to agendize ranked choice voting to be passed. We're one step closer to it actually passing here. If we succeed, it could spread to other counties and cities. Well, which city, man? That's fantastic. Unusual for people in local government to even, you know, even give a fuck, honestly. Would love a PoE 2 stream. I don't know how entertaining people would find that, but that might end up being like... PoE 2 might end up being my long-term buffer game, where when I'm not playing a narrative single-player experience, I play that. So there might be some times when we don't have anything on the backburn for stream games where we can dive into that, you know? Yeah, it would be more of a yapping stream. I could have TTS on, you know. Yeah, my Factorio, basically. I do need a game that I can listen to podcasts while playing. That's important to me. Daniel Sellis, thank you for the $10. I am a U.S. citizen that works a white-collar job, and I'm considering getting a work visa at New Zealand or Australia. I've never been scared of ICE in my life since recently. Am I a bit too paranoid? No, I fully think this country is going to get much much, much worse, both in the short term and also in all likelihood after the next president takes over, whether Republican or Democrat, because there are a bunch of fundamentally destabilizing forces at work here, at play, that I do not think are going to get better anytime soon, and I don't think anyone's going to be able to address them because they're too much of a pussy and they don't have the backing of the bourgeoisie. So I think that if you want to leave the country and leave to a place that is more stable, I think that is completely legitimate. I think that's a fair option to anyone who has the ability to leave. And if you don't have the ability to leave, do whatever you can now to prepare for the worst in the future. Novocaine, thank you for the $2 and $1 both. It's all burning, but hey, my job gave me a $1 raise. Nice. And you just gave me $3, so that's 3 hours of your time. You know, I appreciate that. Rescriptor, thank you for the $5. So hard to plant my own trees when they're ripping out my sprouts too. Yeah, yip. At least Mamdani's planting trees right now. Matsk, thank you for the 50 PLNs. Polish currency, yes. I want to thank you for pulling me away from the right and the path of hate after some personal issues. Things are not ideal, but it's going better. I wish there were more public figures like you. Genuinely, that means a lot to me. You know, one of the... people often ask me, like, you know, all jokes aside, aren't these elements of your job difficult? And one of the things that people bring up most often is like, I'm kind of a pariah in the online left. Like, I have very few connections there. And even those are pretty tentative, you know. And that does irk me a little bit. But the main thing that gets me, the main thing that upsets me is that as a consequence of the way things have gone down in this country, there has been a casualty in my mind, and the casualty is my earnest belief that people's minds can be changed. The fact of the matter is that for a lot of people on the right now, their minds cannot be changed. Like, it's just a consequence of the fact that they operate like a cult. I know that's not a novel observation. It's not new. You know, I'm like the 50 billionth guy to say that, but it's true. We're just not operating in a place of reason. You know, we can't do this anymore. It's not sustainable. I don't think people are literally incapable of being changed, but it's difficult. So I appreciate messages like that. It means a lot to me to be reminded that in spite of everything, I still have the ability to, you know, motivate people to personal growth or whatever. And I really hope that whatever personal issues you had, and to an extent still have, improve, you know? Things can get better. They really can. And, you know, that starts with stretching, okay? You got to do a stretch. Got to do a stretch. Got to touch your toes. Got to touch your toes like that, you know? Got to stretch. Seriously, it helps. It helps. NL was right about stretching. You know what's fucked up? Why doesn't NL stream shirtless more? No, I mean, like, he's obviously in great shape. If I went through the physical transformation that Northern Lion did, I would show it off all the time. You know? Like, again, if I ever have abs, I will wear a crop top to stream. I do not give a fuck, okay? I'll dress like I'll dress like a 1990s surfer boy. I don't give a shit. I'm honestly just amazed by his restraint. Bros parasocial for NL. Hold on. Not just NL. There's also Joseph Anderson. I guess Joseph Anderson I can't be parasocial for because I've actually said hi to him. That's not really quite the same. He's also on his own gym arc right now. You know that, Joseph Anderson? He doesn't stream with a camera though, so you can't really see day by day his face being shaped by the mewing or whatever. Bacon Breebury, thank you for the $2. If billionaires leave a state, how bad are the consequences? It really depends on what you mean by them leaving the state, but really, like, not at all. If they just leave the state, many states don't have income tax. For example, I don't. Like, Washington doesn't. I don't have to pay income tax. So what I have to pay is an obscene sales tax, which is worse. But, like, it's like, well, okay, what about their business revenue? Well, is the billionaire leaving the state or is their business? Are they, like, moving the physical businesses? Probably not, right? The business still is in the state and will still be taxed as though it's in the state, you know? I just, it really depends. But for the most part, I think that capital flight isn't an issue. Capital flight is only an issue if it's capital, not just a couple of rich people. You know what I mean? If something really bad happens in a country or a state and a bunch of businesses leave, that's really, really, really bad. But if it's just like, you know, some billionaires want to leave New York, it's fucking New York. That's not a capital flight. I think that we're actually doing billionaires a big service by calling their potential departure capital flight. Capital refers to all capital. New York contains fucking Wall Street. The New York Stock Exchange. Like, a couple billionaires can leave New York. It won't even make a dent. The amount of money that flows. And it's not like billionaires allow their money to flow in the area they live in. All of their wealth is this abstract holding of like shares, you know? It's not like a billionaire goes outside every day and goes and is like throwing out cash from a briefcase and it's like, oh, stimulating the local economy or whatever. Like them, whether they're here or there, their wealth is hoarded in Wall Street or in like the Cayman Islands. So I think people massively overstate capital flight, the potential for capital flight to do harm. Referring to my prior donut was Long Beach. Long Beach! Long Beach might have ranked choice voting. That's actually pretty incredible. Long Beach. Wow. Long Beach, Long Beach, Long Beach. Damn. Been a while since I've been there. Not too long, actually, but a little while. Hey, River. Here to make your fucking 15th bid for food that you're getting in like 2 minutes because I'm about to end stream. What are you doing over there? Oh. And she leaves because my leg moves, so she thinks, oh, it's the food time. You're pathetic. You get so much food and love. Ori, thank you for the 50 pounds. I really appreciate that. Solidarity from across the pond. Labour now in 3rd place over here. Planning my exit to Ireland before next election. Yeah. I'm tied here with my degree for the next few years, but thankfully I should be done before it happens. Good luck, y'all over there. Listen, if it's any consolation, I really do think that the Reform Party will be able to do about as much as the Tories or the Labour Party, which is to say basically nothing. The decay of your country will continue, and it might be hastened by a little bit, but I don't think they'll have the will, the political, the political know-how or the money to really do what they talk about doing. That being said, as I have said, you know, people are very much not being hysterical if they want to leave the United States. Very much the same applies to the United Kingdom, okay? Because the UK is not doing great right now. Not even a little bit. Kowalski, thank you for the $5. I've been running a large bulldozer the past 3 days. Not a good place to be hearing bad news. Have the unreasonable times arrived? Do I have the power? Kowalski, it's time. You need to pull a killdozer, okay? It's time. What's your calloused whatever routine? It's the first time I've heard of it. I'm trying to get back into working out, and I'm making sure that every day that I work out, I include some basic calisthenic exercises as part of my my routine. So daily. So this is what I have, and it's not much so far. Like daily, like every morning, hollow body hang or dead hang. I think both are the right one for as long as I can. Against the wall arm raises, the Superman stretch, and that's just every day. And then for like chest day, rather than starting with dumbbell bench press, which is what I used to do, now I'm trying to start with push-ups to failure, then knee push-ups to failure. And then I really want to fit in a place to do like pike presses. I want to fit in a place to do pike presses, but they're really tough for me right now. I need to do them assisted with my feet up on a bench or something. And with back day, I'm going to start with scapular pull-ups before I do any like assisted regular pull-ups, because I think the scapular pull-ups will help me progress to a real pull-up, which I can't yet do. You get me. Scapulars are great. Yeah, they just feel kind of weird. Hollow body and dead hang are different in core activation. I might be mixing them up in my head, but I'll check. I'll check what I was referring to. Anyway, yeah, I'm trying to get more into like practical motion stuff a little bit, you know? My preference. Ghost of Avalon, thank you for the $5. Anyone can change, not everyone will, and a lot of them won't. It's unfortunate, but you have to accept that when interacting with people. Yeah, but there's no denying that right now in this political moment, the likelihood of people changing their minds is Less, it's worse than it used to be. It's worse than it used to be. It took me like a year of scapulars to build up to a full normal pull-up. Are pull-ups easier if you're light, or does it not matter? Oh no, they're for sure. Yeah, all calisthenics is easier if you're light and skinny. Yeah, 100%. It is their body weight exercises, so you know you're using your weight. The more proportionally small you are, the easier a time you'll have, which is why gymnasts tend to be like 5'2", 8% body fat. I obviously am neither 8% body fat nor 5'2". I am 6'2", and I don't know my body fat, but I've got a tummy, so. I can do like 50 push-ups without any working out. Okay, buddy, let's see that form. You're probably 25%. I have no idea. Hold on. Isn't there like... Isn't there like a video I could point to? What every body fat percentage looks like. I have no idea how real this is, but we can use this as like a benchmark.
Do you know your body?
You're probably fatter than you think you are, I think, is the lesson from this video.
I'm gonna guess 21. Like I've got two. Just come back around than men. So you, and about 60% of men have a body fat percentage at or below you. So if you're at this level and you'd like a smart nutrition app that can coach you to a leaner...
See, the thing that's really difficult is that, like, in some places I have more fat than this guy, and in some places I don't. I have a really hard time telling just looking at him. Because this guy's waist, proportionally, is definitely smaller than mine. Same with his hips. But he also clearly has fat around his chest and his back that I don't have, like, at all. I definitely don't look like this. Okay, if this is 20% body fat, then yeah, no, I'm not. That's 20? Okay. Well, no, I'm not quite there. If I was, I'd be showing up. This is 30%. See, I just don't know. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. What's your weight? I'm 210, 6'2". Like, I look nothing like this. But I feel like my hips have more fat than his? I have no idea. It doesn't help that a lot of these people are built. Yeah, they're pretty muscular. Like, this is 40%. This guy doesn't look anything like the other guys. I don't know. Oh. Now do Trump. All right, people. I've got to go. Thank you all very much for the stream. Bad news as always, but what are you going to do? Everyone take care. I'll be here tomorrow.